She said, take your time, what's the rush? I said, baby, I'm a dog, I'm my mind. She said, take your time, what's the rush? I said, baby, I'm a dog, I'm a mind. I'm a dog, I'm a mind.
If you got it, it ain't no question. Oh, it ain't no room for guessing. No more than emotionally invested. Showing you all my imperfections. Oh, if I let you, don't take me for granted. Yeah, if I'm worth more than you could manage. Yeah. I wish I could paint on love these moments in vibrant. You work like surge in the gunplay, surge in the pillow top, surge in the sweet dreams, turn it on. Let you go through. I wanna be down. I wanna be down with you. Down with you. It's true. I wanna be down. What are you willing to do? Oh, tell me what you're willing to do. Kiss it, babe.
She said, take your time, what's the rush?
What's up, everybody? Good evening, good night, depending on where you tuning in from, what country. We over here in America. Wasn't even gonna go live today. I was thinking about saving it for tomorrow, but we gonna kick it. We gonna talk about what's going on between President Trump and Elon Musk. They've been going at it for a couple of weeks, where Elon Musk has not been hiding his discomfort for the administration. He has not been hiding his discomfort. Shout out to Soul Sound. Go like and subscribe over there. Go holler at Talk to 'em TV, Mel Media Music, if you just want to see somebody chilling in their car bumping oldies but goodies. But like I said, we're going to get into that. But like, they really beefing over this whole big, beautiful bill thing, Elon Musk is upset. And from my humble opinion is, he was a big donor to Trump's campaign, which I'm pretty sure he got his palms greased with the whole Doge situation. But it wasn't enough, They doing a lot of their kickbacks for fossil fuel and the regular joint and not these EVs. And the Democrats, they was putting that money out there for the EV vehicles and stuff. So Trump been letting him know his discomfort with him, and he been letting Trump know his discomfort. He came at him earlier today, but I don't think the president got a time to see it, because you already know with him, he wastes no time responding. We know that. We know he wastes no time responding. We know he gonna disapprove it. You know what I'm saying? Have disapproval of him talking against him. What's up? How does this work? That's a hot name, because it's a question as a name, How does it work? What's good with you? But we here to tonight. We gonna get with it. I'm waiting for more people come in the building. Shout out to everybody. We not streaming on Rumble tonight. We only streaming on YouTube tonight on all of our channels on YouTube. But we gonna get into the content, and we gonna get into first thing we gonna get into is the how the Senate, their reaction to the big mega bill, because the president gave them until the 4th of July to figure things out, to get it together. He wanted the bill approved by the 4th of July. So it seems like they getting that somewhat together by the 4th, So we'll see. They Senate made a lot of changes to the bill to get it across. Gave more money towards Medicare and rural areas, which I always think that's a good thing because they don't have the same infrastructure as big cities have. So they should get a little more love, some care. It's harder to get there. Uh, let's get to the content. I'm putting the video, but my damn dog is in here wilding out.
Us versus Donald Trump, round two. Yes, they're back at it. Well, Trump hasn't jumped in yet. I'm sure that'll be a video tomorrow. But Elon Musk battering Donald Trump again. And again, it's about the so-called big, beautiful bill. I hate the names of every one of these bills. The Inflation Reduction Act had nothing to do with inflation reduction. The big, beautiful bill is not remotely beautiful, although to be fair, it is big. That's among the complaints about the bill. All right, so I'm going to tell you what Elon Musk is mad about. Then I'm going to decode it for you guys and tell you what he's actually mad about. And then I'm going to tell you what's going to actually happen with the bill. Okay, so you'll get to know the future by the end of this video. That's fun for everybody. Want to remind you guys, of course, Mondays through Fridays, right here on the Young Turks on YouTube, 6 o'clock Eastern is when the online news show begins, Young Turks. So check it out every day, 6 o'clock Eastern, goes all the way to 8 o'clock. Oftentimes have interviews at 8. And sometimes oftentimes we'll have bonus episodes for the members. That's why you join. You hit the join button below. You become a member, get all of our content, and help support independent, honest programming. We appreciate you guys for that. All right. So now I'll try to do member or super chat shout outs as I go along. So what did Elon say? First, that's the easy part. Let's do this. Some details about the budget bill came out, and he wrote on X, the latest Senate draft bill will destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country. Utterly insane and destructive. It gives handouts to industries of the past while severely damaging industries of the future. Okay, now there's
translation. You giving all the money and handouts. Well, he calling the handouts, but tax cuts to traditional car companies that use regular gasoline. When in reality, I want you to give tax cut and tax stimulus to me. You know what I mean? To my company. That's what he really upset about. He told him he was going to give him something, and he ain't fulfilling his shit.
More where that came from in a minute, but let me decipher that for you guys. Where the hell's my electric vehicle subsidies? And you're still going to keep the oil and gas subsidies? You're still going to keep the oil and gas subsidies, but you're going to take away my subsidies after I gave you $300 million. What the hell did I do that for? Which is a good question. So credit and discredit here all around. I'll break down different parties and why they deserve the credit and discredit. So first, Elon is right. The bill sucks. Elon is right. The oil and gas subsidies in there are an abomination. Something else that he's called this bill before. $17 billion a year. Ro Khanna put an actual number on it. He's found $17 billion in oil and gas subsidies that goes to the richest companies in the world. They're not nascent industries. They've been around for over 100 years. It's nothing but a pure robbery. Not one legislator, not one pundit can explain why we need to give away $17 billion of your money, take money out of your paycheck to pay ExxonMobil and Chevron. It's absolutely outrageous. He's right about that. In terms of the electric vehicle subsidies, no,
it's a $1 billion business, multi-billion-dollar business, and everybody is in cahoots, from the government to the companies. They all in cahoots, and Elon, that's his direct competition, you know what I mean? But we going to look at both sides of this, Yo, you crazy, Michael. That was wild.
To score that one for Trump. Now, look, you could say that electric vehicles should have subsidies, and that is something that Joe Biden passed and Democrats are in favor of, helps with climate change, and there's good reasons for that. But overall, I don't like giving subsidies to companies. If you want to give a subsidy to a company, then the American people should get equity in that company. We're investing into that company. We even have a website about it in regards to Elon, where'sourcut.com, because we've given a lot of subsidies and contracts to Elon's companies. But to me, the most important part of the subsidies.
Well, we ain't gonna disrespect though, girl. I don't think she's the brightest, but I don't think she on crack. She on alcohol. She likes to drink. She like to have a drink. That's what she like to do. She likes to drink.
If we give you money out of our pockets, we're investing into Tesla. We're investing into these companies. I could live with that, especially because we want renewable energy to get larger, but you've got to give us equity in return. And of course, they never do. Or you got to promise not to cut jobs, right? And of course, they never do. The CHIPS Act passes. They don't put any provisions to protect American jobs. And Intel fires 20,000 employees after the bill passes, and they pocketed the $20 billion that they got. So I'm tired of all of those subsidies, and the American taxpayers get nothing for it, right? So
I hear him on that shit, but like I said, all of them is trying to get it. You right. We all look. I'm drinking an iced tea right now. You know, we all do like a little taste, but if I was running for president or something, you know what I mean, I wouldn't be goddamn getting drunk doing my concession speech, because she was drunk as shit in them last two speeches. Yeah, you do invest in a company to get the payroll tax. So taxpayers get for having to support illegal immigrants. Speak about it. I ain't hear nothing about that. That last comment, I ain't hear nothing. So I'll say this, right? It's a reason why, like, everybody drinks. I don't think there's nothing wrong with how I'm having a drink. You know what I mean? Only thing I think, anything could be bad if you what you call it, if you abuse it. You know, it don't matter if you drinking, shopping, anything could be bad if you abuse it. But it's a reason why when you go to a casino, they give you alcohol for free, because the first thing that goes with alcohol drinking is judgment. So they want you to be drinking, get tipsy, and then you're going to make the wrong decisions and slow down your reaction time, and you ain't going to think twice about making certain bets, and then that's how the house win.
in that case, taking out those subsidies is kind of a mixed bag. I would rather keep them in for nascent industries and important ones like renewable energy, but get equity back for the American taxpayer. But overall, I could live with that being taken out. Okay, so, but Trump is right in that, hey, listen, just because you gave me donor money doesn't mean that I have to follow what you're saying. Now, I have said this many times.
Yes,
on,
you do.
Turks, brilliant idiots, etc. Trump loves to screw over his creditors. That's why he went through 6 major bankruptcies. And so he thinks, hey, Elon, you already gave me the money. I'm already president. Sad day for you. But that's not such a bad attitude for a politician to have, right? So let's be, I know, being fair, it's an outrage. It's an outrage. Everybody go yell about it. But in reality, he is screwing over one of his donors and not delivering.
I mean, he might not be giving him what he want, but he gave Elon a whole lot. He got Elon the power to see how the infrastructure work and shit. So he did give him that by just letting him run Doge. So he got to get a look behind the veil to see how America is running as far as how they allocate contracts and everything. So yeah, this is the first time in history you see Chink talk any type of positivity about Trump, because you know he be having Trump delusion syndrome too, you know. But I be feeling like Chink is leaning more towards like independent, or like what they say, MAGA left. No, he say he independent, but I've been seeing him lean more to the right, like in the last 6 months to a year.
After he got the bribe, at least on that count. He's going to deliver in spades for Elon anyway, in the Golden Dome project and in many other projects. Golden Dome is nothing but a robbery. But Elon doesn't like any of his subsidies being cut, so he's going back to war. So he wrote a little bit later again on X saying that the bill was utter madness. And, of course, is on top of him calling it an abomination in round one. And in round one, he had said this massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Okay. Well, yeah, they're all doing wrong, but that's partly because the whole thing is wrong. The whole thing of, hey, let's give another multi-trillion-dollar tax cut for the rich, and let's continue to give corporate subsidies. Let's continue to give corporations everything, and let's cut from the average guy, and let's cut from Medicare, and let's cut from SNAP. Let's cut from the people who need it the most and give it to people who need it the least. But is that why Elon Musk is upset? No, he's upset that he didn't get enough. He's like, I wanted more goodies for me and my companies. Well, then don't pretend that it's about the debt or deficit. And to be fair to Elon, he doesn't like pretend too much that it's about the debt or the deficit. That's other Republicans. So for Elon, he's like, where's my goodies? So it's not a compelling argument overall. Of course. So now when you move to...
Yeah, I mean, you know they had backdoor promises and shit, and he mad because he ain't getting everything he want, but he don't realize some of that shit is a give or take. Like, Trump can't piss everybody off. He only been in office literally 6 months in a week. You know what I mean? So he literally been in office 27 weeks. So he trying to, he got to maneuver around in order to get certain things done before, if they flip the house,
other Republicans who are complaining about the bill, they like Ron Johnson, Rand Paul, they're like, it just doesn't have enough cuts. We cut 1.1 billion from SNAP and Medicaid, but or 1.1 trillion, I should say. By the way, that's the same number. If you haven't heard me say it before, that we are.
Yeah, that's why I leave the comments up there. That way it can show some interaction and get it going. I'm trying to learn how to combine all the channel comments and stuff.
Giving in tax cuts to people making above $500,000 a year. So we're taking from the lowest, like people who desperately need healthcare and food, and we're giving it to people make above 500,000. Same amount, 1.1 trillion. So that's just unconscionable, and no one is complaining about that. I mean, Bernie Sanders is, Ro Khanna is, but I don't see Democratic leadership going nuts over that. But some people say, hey, you know what? They do complain about tax cuts for the rich from time to time. So credit where credit is due. But overall, I would be highlighting that one fact if I was Democratic leadership over and over and over again. Why do you have to take the exact amount from the poorest people?
Ozzy. I said
and give it to
I done
people
mixed
who are
both
really
names,
rich?
but I appreciate
when you get up into the top 1%, on average, I think that they're saving $62,000 a year in taxes. Why? Why do they need an extra tax cut? It's insanity. But that's not why Republican senators are opposed to it. In fact, Rand Paul says, oh my God, can we just vote on the tax cuts? But you're claiming that your number one concern is deficit and debt. The tax cuts are what's creating the deficit for this bill. That's what's creating the debt. The spending cuts you say are not enough, but they're there. They're over $1 trillion in spending cuts on just the two programs I mentioned, and let alone all the other programs and all the other spending cuts. So you don't want to do the spending cuts. You just want to put in the tax cuts. Well, then you're going to add at least, if you take the House version, the Senate version is worse, but at least $3.3 trillion onto the debt. So how does that help? No, they're monumentally full of crap. Okay. So watch at the end. This is now my prediction, and this is a super easy one. This is because this is what happens in every budget bill, every Republican fake fight. Now, Elon and Trump fight is not fake. Elon's actually pissed he's not getting the subsidy, and then when he gets criticized, Trump actually gets pissed. So I can't wait for Trump to respond. It'll be another fun food fight. But the Republicans objecting to it, outside of Tom Massey and a couple of guys who really are like, wait, what are we're really going to add 3, maybe even 5 trillion on the debt? This is just nuts, right? But I don't even know Massey's position on tax cuts, so I'm not even complimenting him on that because I don't know it. But the others, no, they're it's fake. It's a fake fight. They'll never ever take out any of the tax cuts unless, by the way, one of their compromises might be taking out one of the tax cuts for you guys. So I've always thought one of their BS compromises will be like, okay, you know what? It's just adding too much to the debt. So, all right, fine. We'll lose the tax cut on tips or overtime. Or if it's a total, utter joke and they want to rub it in your face that the rich run everything.
I ain't gonna lie, that's a good that was one of the best tax joints he could come up with, was not to tax your tips, because a lot of these places, when you go to these restaurants, they don't pay these people much, man. They get paid like $2-3 an hour, and they depend on the tips, and then you tax that on top of that, and everywhere don't automatically add the tip to it, you know. And I'm one of the people that I feel that I give you your tip depending on your service, you know. I'm gonna give you something because I know you working for the tip, but the better service you give me, the better tip, you know. I'm gonna look out. Like, I tip my barber, I tip everywhere. Like, I do believe in helping them out with that shit. But I think that was a good move that they made.
And MAGA was a total fraudulent exercise. Then they'll take out both of them. Okay. But probably they'll either take out none or one of them. But at the end of the day, they'll leave all the tax cuts for the rich. They'll leave all the loopholes for corporations. They'll leave in all the totally, utterly needless junk corporate subsidies where they take money out of our pockets and directly give it to their donors. They'll leave all of that in. It'll cost at a minimum of $3 trillion. They'll pile it onto the debt. And at the end, all the Republicans will bow their heads and go, yes, sir, of course, sir. Tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts for the rich. We need it. We need it. And they'll blow.
Oh, I'm gonna make that a meme. He be wilding. But they do need to what they need to do is see how they gonna allocate that money, because teachers need to get paid more. Teachers don't get paid nothing. And then they wonder why the educational system is so, and I know teachers personally that was like, they hope Trump get rid of the board of ed because they feel like the education, the curriculums are trash and that it need to be overhauled.
A giant hole in the deficit like they do every single time. And so when I see Republican senators on TV going, I don't know where we're going to find the money we need to balance the budget, but I don't know how we're going to balance it. It's the tax cuts, stupid. That's how you do it. It's super easy if you just take out the tax cuts. But they will never do that because that is the one thing that all of their donors want. Yes, Trump's donors, mainly the establishment Republican donors, and yes, a little bit of the establishment Democratic donors who are like, oh, golly, gee, I wish we could fight this. There's nothing we could do, right? There's nothing we could do. Yes, we all agree. Lock arms, lock arms. There's nothing we can.
Don't act like it's just, like I said, I'm an independent, but don't act like it's just the Republicans that's taking, you know what I mean, care of their donors and shit, because the Democrats are doing that too, man. That joint, the Democratic plantation been taking bribes and everything. You see them allocate money to all types of fuckery, and that Doge joint actually pointed all that shit out. Like, the money that they was putting up for research, I'ma find that shit. They was wasting shit on like dumb stuff, like just totally ridiculous shit, while we got people starving right here in America, you know. But I'ma find that video next, man. Yeah, the whole thing, the whole Congress, right wing, left wing, it's the same bird. Same bird, man. He didn't act like that. Are you calling me a fuckhead, Johnny? Because if you calling me a fuckhead, like, welcome back to Uncle Mo TV. Disclaimers: the thoughts and opinion is only Uncle Mo's thoughts and opinion. It's not the thoughts of opinion of the military, because most of y'all know I'm in the military, It is only and solely mine. Now, little Johnny, you know, Johnny wanted to come in here and Johnny wanted to get a couple of minutes of my time. Yeah, you know? So he came here disrespectful, you know. Any of my moderators, please do not delete his comment or block him. Johnny is about to meet me. Johnny, you's a piece of shit. Let's just start there. That you took the time out to click on my joint, talk shit, didn't even say, you know what I'm saying, hi, what up, or nothing. You just talk out your ass without even fucking knowing what the fuck the conversation was about, you know? We've been on here long enough that I think I can use a little bit of profanity. But I didn't disrespect you, but you came out and was straight disrespectful. But you a piece of shit and a coward. And good night. That was enough of my time for you.
There's nothing we can do. Oh my God, did our donors get all the money? And that's what's going to happen, guys. That's the end of the story, and you know it.
Patricia, what's up, man? I see Johnny Unforeseen is a troll. So, you know, he could be in here. He can boost the interaction in there. But how you doing, Patricia Watts? Welcome to the channel.
In the meanwhile, we'll have fun fights. Elon and Trump will fight. Rand Paul and Ron Johnson will pretend to have principles. And at the end of the day, they'll all vote for it. And they'll add an enormous amount to the deficit. And the next time they go to do this exercise, all of mainstream media, if they still exist, will have collective amnesia. And they'll say, well, the Republicans really care about balancing the budget. There is zero proof of that. They never balance the budget. And in fact, they add way more to the deficits, way more to the debt than Democratic presidents do. Obama took down the deficit from when he came in, first year he came in, to when he left. He took it down by 50%. Clinton took it down by 150% and left a surplus. The Republicans gorging on debt. Oh, supply side economics will trickle all over your head, said Ronald Reagan, and he added $2 trillion to the debt. What happened? It didn't work. It didn't work. And then George W. Bush added $4 trillion to the debt, and then Trump, in just one term, added $8.4 trillion to the debt.
I'm about to look
that's
that up.
all they ever do, and that's exactly what they're going to do now. So let's have fun with the silly food fights. But outside of that, this is all one big show. At the end, the donors will get everything. The poor will get cut. The middle class will probably get cut, and then the theater will continue. All right, Disco Stew. Right in on Super Chat. Jake, are you saying our politicians are corrupt and dishonest? Well, Disco Stew, that is exactly what I'm saying. That's right. And you know, honestly, seriously, like cable news is outraged by that. Mainstream media is outraged by that. Like the New York Times and Washington Post, if I tell them almost all of our politicians are crooks and corrupt, they're like, oh, how dare you? Those are our beloved politicians that we need access to. Breaking news, my source for his own benefit says this, and I reported it like a moron. Oh, look at that. That same source has given a lot of advertising money to the New York Times and CNN for ads that they're running during the elections. Wow, what an amazing coincidence. Okay, but here on the Young Turks, we do the truth. Monday through Friday, the online news show. When is it? You got that right, 6 o'clock Eastern, goes all the way to 8 o'clock because we got to fit in all the news, isn't it? And then sometimes beyond, and certainly for our members. Hey, if you want to join, hit the join button below or go to
Got remarried. He thinking we found oh that he was saying about dead. See the Doge hearings. That's when he was Doge. Oh, This was a good one. This is the one I watched.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It never gets boring in here. And I'd like to say thank you to the witnesses for being here and for taking the time. Ms. DeVito, thank you for coming here.
Wow.
In your testimony, you said that Americans deserve a government that works for them, a government that makes their lives easier and more.
He said that he added to the deficit, but he said eight something trillion or something like that. He didn't add 8 trillion. It was 5 children. They said 5.6 trillion, but 3.13 trillion came from COVID relief spending. So if we ain't have that, we never know. His spending probably wouldn't have been as bad. But yeah, he added to that shit. Can't take away from that. He did add to it. You know? Oh, you're adding nothing. What Crank is saying? Yo, Johnny, Johnny, you could get the fuck up out of here, to keep it real. You got one more comment and then you could just get the fuck up out of here. I don't know why you in here if you feel any type of way. Don't even sound like, anything, but you could get the fuck up out of here. I appreciate that, you fucking clown. Never even waste time.
Secure, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'd like to read through a couple of the grants that DOGE has pulled back, and I'd like to get your take on them. They pulled back a $1.5 million NIH grant to Morehouse College. It was called the Center to Advance Reproductive Justice and Behavioral Health among Black, pregnant / postpartum women and birthing people. Do you think that that makes Americans' lives easier and more secure?
I think that medical and scientific research of all types.
Do you think that that constitutes critical research? According to your testimony, NIH grants are critical research?
I think that government research of all types in the medical.
Including
and
birthing people?
I think bench research of all types plays a fundamental role.
What is a birthing person?
Sir, I am here to talk about the.
What is a birthing person? I'm curious on that. What is a birthing person?
DOGE impact.
Well, I'm asking you about this grant and you're defending it. So I'm asking you who is birthing people?
I am not familiar with this grant.
Mm-hmm.
I take a position that all kinds of government research.
How are you up there talking and supposed to be speaking up for a grant that you said that you need that's not waste, misuse, and abuse of funds, but you don't even know what the grant is about? And then you don't even want to answer the questions that you knew they was gonna ask. You knew they was gonna ask you certain questions. You knew they was gonna come in and ask you, what is this? What is that? That's just common sense. People gonna ask you different questions to keep up with what you ask for, especially when you ask them for trillions of dollars at a time. Probably millions of dollars. Trillions probably too much.
Medical, pharmaceutical.
Is a birthing person a woman? Is that another word for female?
That is outside the scope of my expertise.
Seems like erasure language to me. I've been told that type of vernacular constitutes erasure language. How about another one? How about the conference, Gender Equity in the Mathematical Study of Commutative Algebra? Do you think that that's a valid form of government spending?
I think mathematical research of all types is deserving of government.
What about studying, and this is directly from the...
I don't think they believe men can get pregnant. I think they just sold into the delusion so much, man. And to keep it real, I think algebra is one of the dumbest fucking subjects ever. The only time I used algebra after I graduated from high school was in college because I had to take algebra, a math class, just, for the damn basic courses that they force you to take. But I don't think they honestly think that a man can get pregnant. I think they just go with that shit because they sucking job to get votes, and then the only time they care about any community that's beneath them that ain't inside of Congress or the elites is when they want your votes, man. That's the only time you see them come around, every 4 years. Election time, you see them come around and they fade to the background, and they come back around when they need something, then fade back to the background and figure out different ways. And I think they say that shit because that's where they get a lot of their funding from.
National Science Foundation's website, women and non-binary mathematicians.
Again, I think all kinds of government investment should be dedicated toward mathematical.
All kinds of government investment. You don't have any kind of limit on what we're spending our money on, just everything? Is that your testimony?
I am talking about Doge. You brought up
So am I. This is a grant that Doge cut.
I am not familiar with this particular grant, but I think government investment in mathematical, biological.
Okay. Let's do another one. This one is called hashtag Transcendent Health, adapting an LGB plus inclusive teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys. I can't even say this without laughing. Do you think that is a useful form of our tax spend?
I am not familiar with that grant, but I think bench research, government investment in scientific and pharmaceutical
Teen pregnancy
research.
for transgender boys. Do you think that is a useful spend of our tax dollars?
I think government investment in all kinds of scientific research is of the utmost importance.
Including pregnant.
I agree with you. I think all sides are corrupt. I think all sides are full of shit.
Pregnancy prevention for transgender boys. Okay. Let me ask you, we can come back to this later maybe. Do you support abolishing the filibuster still?
I am here to talk about Doge respectfully.
Right. We could abolish the filibuster and get a lot of Doge cuts through. And you've written at length on your Twitter about abolishing the filibuster. I'm just curious if you think that we should do that still.
I did a lot of previous work on different topics because I am an economic policy expert, and respectfully, I'm here to talk about Doge cuts.
Okay, but we could abolish the filibuster and get Doge cuts. This is totally germane here. Do you think we should?
I am here to talk about Doge cuts, not strategies for achieving more of them. But
I ain't gonna lie, I think I'm in the wrong business because I could get up there, put on my suit, and be like, oh, I'm just here for this, and just say the same bullshit over and over for 5-10 minutes, man. She getting paid for nothing, bro. For nothing. She got them big ass ears and can't hear.
the harms that they have produced for working families.
That's a convenient change of opinion. I noticed that most of your comments about the filibuster were during the Biden administration. But we can move on. Let's go back to some more of these grants. Do you think that we should be spending money on, quote, the racialized?
So, Sean, you think that they don't have people that's full of shit on the right? Because I work with a lot of I work around higher up people and stuff, and people in and out of Washington I had to talk to. And like I said, I feel like it's like anything in life is going to be good and it's going to be bad on both sides. But if you think these politicians ain't fucked up on both sides of the line, like they're all friends, bro. They all fuck with each other. They let us go back and forth with each other and shit and fight. But they all friends. What's up, Williams?
Basis of trait judgments from faces.
I am not at all familiar with that grant.
It's a $500,000 NSF grant.
Okay, I am not familiar with the subject matter or the particular grant.
But you're defending these.
I am saying that I think the government
You're pretty
has,
adamant against Doge cuts, and I'm asking you
was
if you
good,
support
Ramel.
the cuts
I think that
that
there is
Doge has found.
economic and medical, public health, communal.
Told us that on taxes, Mr. President, could you please explain how taxes would go up by 68% if the bill isn't passed? Where does that number come from?
Well, it comes from the fact that you have automatically the Trump cuts, which were the biggest cuts that we've ever had. Now, these.
Explain what you mean by investigate the VA. Explain what you mean. I might be all for that. Explain what you mean about that. Appreciate y'all investigate and hit that like button.
Cuts are even bigger. But from the last administration, we had the Trump cuts. It was a 5-year deal, and it comes due. When you add that to the cuts that you already have and other things, it amounts, according to what they tell me, about 68%. That would mean you'd have a tax so that you know that the tax cuts that they got, the biggest tax cuts in our history, would immediately go up to that level. And that alone is a big chunk of the 68%. And then you have the other taxes that would accumulate. And they say that you'd have about a 68% tax increase.
Sir, you said.
Welcome back to Stephen A. Smith Show. Now let's get to the latest on the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial in New York City.
Wow, I don't even
After
know how I
6
got to
weeks
this
of
shit.
testimony, the government today has started to present close.
I don't care about this trial. We know that I ain't gonna lie, this chick, this Jasmine, she gets on my nerve too, cause she be too extra, man. Everything her and this chick, since they last little viral moment, all they do is go back and forth with each other, man. I'm sick of that shit.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Crockett from
Green and
Texas for 5
Crockett?
minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Green and Crockett, all they do is go back and forth with each other. Crockett want us to feel sorry for her as the poor goddamn woman that done came up, and you always gotta hear how she black 50 fucking times. Like, we know you black, we could look at you. Get to the nit and gritty, you know what I mean? You obviously in this position because you're not dumb. So now that we know you're not dumb, get the business, man. Be serious. Poor practice leads to delayed care. Shouldn't have to get a referral for something that's needed. Now, got 6 months from now. I mean, I agree with you with the VA. Should I ask? Because, you know, within the next 2 years, I'll be going to the VA. But shit, active duty, the medical care sucks. I made an appointment, a week or two ago? Some shit that's going to take 5-10 minutes when I get to the doctor. They gave me an appointment for 2 months out. And that was the closest thing. And I'm not even going to see my primary care provider as somebody on the team. So they need that's what Doge need to look into is the healthcare system in the military. And how the hell is like sucks so damn bad. That's what they need to look and investigate and see who pocketing that money.
I'd actually like to subpoena the former head of Doge. If we could subpoena Elon Musk. Can we take a vote on that?
This hearing will suspend.
Is the clerk in place? Do we have a clerk? Can I make a motion that we subpoena Elon Musk right now?
The hearing has suspended.
Oh, what?
They are starting to build more VA hospitals around too, though. You know, in my area, they just opened up. Well, not right in my area. They building one in my area about 15 minutes away. They just opened one up on the other side of Virginia. That's another thing about Jasmine Crockett. Like, she's so emotionally invested into Elon Musk, man. She's heavily in her feelings when it comes to him. Like, he gets under her skin just breathing. She must have had a Tesla that was a lemon. She definitely heavily upset every time. She want to subpoena him. He gonna come there for what? Like, he already said everything he had to say.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
We're suspended.
Point of inquiry? I'm trying to ask a question.
The hearing is suspended. If you can have some patience, we're suspended.
See what I mean about how they just go at it with each other? They just beef with each other because they don't like each other from when they had their viral moment.
The hearing will now resume. Ms. Crockett, do you have a motion?
I didn't have a motion. I had a point of order. I was trying to determine how long it was going to take for us to call the roll. I can call it if need be.
Well, if you're not making a motion, then
already made
you
the
can
motion.
continue with your 5 minutes of
The
questioning.
motion was to subpoena Elon Musk, who was heading Doge, who is the one that made the recommendations for these cuts, yet he is yet to come before this committee. And last time I checked, none of the witnesses sitting here know anything about Doge except for what they read on the internet. I want to talk to the person.
This isn't either. You've made your motion.
Okay, well, you were asking, so I wanted to make sure you
You made your
understood.
motion.
Okay, thank you.
Ozzy, you hit it on the nail. Like, they both can be probably very good women and very good senators at what they do, but they both so goddamn unprofessional and so fucking emotionally ignorant the way they go back and forth that enough is enough, man. They both need to cut the shit at this point, man. Enough is enough. And I don't know how somebody in there haven't checked both of them on that shit. Like, look at her. And that's what I be telling some people at work about being unprofessional, that when you come to work, you got to bring your A game. You know what I mean? And with us being in the military, you ain't gonna like everything that everybody say. And I'm guilty of letting my emotions get the best of me, especially in my younger days and shit. But these people will get into an argument and like that. Now she turning her back. She doing like, you on TV, like shit lives forever now, you know. But both of them need to be put on timeout.
Mr. Burchett.
Chair Lady, I'd like make a motion to table that motion.
The motion is not debatable, as many are in favor of tabling the motion. Signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it.
Madam Chair, we'd
and
ask
the
for a
motion
recorded
to
vote.
Table is agreed to. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Yeah, call it.
We're going to wait one moment. The clerk will get the voting sheets.
Okay.
See, even that part is like, she was, Miss Green was professional, Miss Crocker. She said a recorded vote was, called. So let's do it. And she's like, yeah, call it. Shut up and let the process play out. You ain't got to have the last word on everything.
Say that. I think she needs to say that.
Well, yes, the clerk will prepare for the vote, and then we'll go from there. The hearing is suspended.
Back to the head.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Okay. What the hell are they doing?
Mr. Cloud votes yes.
Recorded vote is ordered. What am I waiting? What am I waiting?
Recorded vote is ordered.
The hearing will resume. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Cloud.
No. Oh, no.
Mr.
Yes, to table.
Mr. Cloud votes yes.
Table.
Mr. Fallon. Mr. Timmons.
Yes.
Mr. Timmons votes yes. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Jack votes aye. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes aye. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Norton. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Crockett, or Ms. Crockett.
No.
Ms. Green.
Yes to table. The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, the ayes are yes, the noes are 4.
The yeas have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee will now resume. I now recognize Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank I'd actually like to subpoena the former head of Doge. If we could subpoena Elon Musk, can we take a vote on that?
This hearing will suspend.
Can I make a motion that we subpoena Elon Musk right now?
The
Her feelings. She and her feelings over that shit, boy. I was going through my archive and it had some old school during the election because everybody mad about what's going on with the president, but they failing to realize that he won the popular vote. Like he won on every measure. He didn't just win some of the people, he won across the board. And you ain't gotta like him, but he literally doing what he said he was gonna do. You know what I mean? Like you ain't gotta like him. Well, one thing you can't say is that I mean you can say he's a liar. I mean that is easy to say, but you can't say that he didn't warn anybody about how he was coming. He let it be known that when he came in here, he ain't come to play games this time. He was learning his first go around. He knew all the secrets this time around, so he knew where to attack. He got rid of the people that
Try
Yeah,
to
he knew he
scold black
couldn't
men for
trust.
not wanting to vote for.
Yeah, this right here was
And welcome to a
classic.
program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start with the many accents of Chameleon Kamala. She can go from Ivy League to the ghetto.
So, friends, 64 days. Let's just get through the next 64 days. How about
She's even pulled out a little Latino heat in recent weeks, but I believe this may be the first time she's tried a Jamaican accent.
Have you no empathy, man? You know, for the suffering of other people, have you no sense of purpose?
She's so authentic, so likable and confident. Of course, I jest. Now, Kamala has a man problem, and it's not just Doug, knock him out, Emhoff. No, he's not the only one causing her headaches. But the fact that so many American men, including black men, do not want to vote for her. Now, the reasons are numerous. They're real and valid reasons. But of course, the simplistic take is that these men must be sexist. Here is Barack Obama lecturing the brothers, as he calls them, on why they must back Kamala.
We have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now,
We've seen a better turnout when Obama was running because he fucking bamboozled a lot of us. He had us thinking that he was going to bring some type of change. Remember, he ran on change. He's going to bring change and all that shit. He bamboozled a lot of us.
I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers.
He then went on to lecture them about why they must pick Kamala and why any reluctance must be due to what sexist, misogynist monsters they are.
You just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength. Because
the crazy shit is he didn't even like support her to be the Democratic nominee and shit. Now he coming out here fucking capping and pussy popping for her and shit when he didn't even he didn't want her to be the Democratic nominee. He told him at the DNC convention that they need to vote on it and do the process. Everything that they said that was going to happen if the Republicans came into office, they was low-key pulling that shit on us from the gate, man. Oh, democracy's there ain't going to be no more elections. Nobody voted for her to be the Democratic nominee. They gave us her as the Democratic nominee. Nobody had a choice in that shit. They just appointed her to be the nominee. Sleepy Joe, that motherfucker, kept tripping over every goddamn thing. Then once he out office, he got dementia, he got this. Y'all knew that shit from the gate, bro. And I don't even think he really had that shit. I think he had dementia once he knew them charges was coming.
that's what being a man is. Putting women down. That's not acceptable.
Now, that little rant inspired some feedback from members of the black community, male and female.
I want Barack Obama and every Democrat out there to know you do not own black people. We are not slaves. Our chains are gone. We do not owe you anything, and we don't have to give you an account for how we choose to vote.
The Democrats then unleashed Barack Obama into the wild to shame us black men for not supporting Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she's yet to unveil any policies that represent our interests. But if it was a white politician shaming other white men for not voting based on identity politics, y'all will call him racist. Why is it okay for Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, and all these other people that supposedly look like me? Why is it okay for them to get on TV and shame me for not voting for them simply because they look like me? That is racist, brother. I don't know how else to put it. That is racism. I don't have to vote for Kamala because she's quote unquote black. Just like I shouldn't have voted for your because you got up there, you tap dance for the establishment, and you ain't do a goddamn for the black people that put you in office.
So I always ask people when they get mad at me because I don't be fucking tap dancing for Obama. Like, what did he really do? And then y'all make up all these excuses. Well, he didn't have the house. He didn't have this. But when he did have it, they ain't do shit either, bro. All they did was like sit there and gave us a symbolic fucking picture to be like, oh, you could be the president too one day. But he ain't do shit for us.
Brother.
You ain't did a thing for us in the 8 years that you was in the White House. And you think you gonna pop up during an election year and try to scold black men for not wanting to vote for your candidate? Have you lost mind?
I spent 7 years of my life fighting your administration, you and Biden, by the way, for my husband's military benefits. My daughter died because of Obamacare. I don't give a about you.
This message is for President Obama. First and foremost, you're not going to tell me what I'm going to do and what I'm not going to do. Number one, I ain't going to vote for Kamala Harris. I think that she's going to make a bad president. She's a bad vice president. Everything she does, she tries to politicize it, and she hasn't shown the fact that she wants to put America first ever. So I'm not voting for that individual.
What you thought you was doing, Barack Obama? Boy, you done stepped out there. All you did was black men off, bruh. All you did was black men off. Why y'all think the American people why y'all think the Democrat Party own black folk? The Democrat Party don't own black folks, bruh. What you thought you was doing with that? We see the play. We know we see the play. Kamala Harris is losing. She's not gonna win.
The audacity of you to say to us that we are required and we better vote for Kamala Harris and that we don't want to see a woman in a position of power.
I'm telling you, when you don't vote, if you don't vote with the identity politics, you don't like black women, you don't like black people, you hate yourself, you hate your mama, all the type of shit that gaslights you into following their agenda. You know what I mean?
You are a liar.
That's just a sample, folks. Plenty more where that came from. Now let's check in with the man who Kamala Harris handpicked as her running mate, Tim Walz. Here, Tim tries to reload a gun. This is the man they picked to inject masculinity and country vibes into the campaign. They set up this contrived hunt to showcase that masculinity and gun prowess. It's not working out too well there. That is just appalling stuff. We've got a celebrity extravaganza coming up, but first to Gwen Walz, the wife of Tim Walz. You'll remember her.
Bye-bye, Donald Trump!
She's terrifying. Well, listen to her here order people to take 3 friends with them to the polling booth.
I need you to take yourself and 3 friends to the ballot box and make your voice heard. You have to vote. I'm going to repeat that again. You and 3 of your friends have to make your voices heard by voting.
Okay, I'm just grateful that she's stopped turning the page and stopped singing.
We will all stand up and cheer. To the other team will never yield, and we won't forget we're here. We will fight for victory.
Weird, just weird. And if you...
Yo, I just realized what she was trying to sing. That's the motherfucking Marine Corps hymn. She just changed the words around. That's the joint from the shores of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. I fight my country battles on the shore. Yo, that's crazy. And she tried to remix that shit. That's disrespectful to the Marines.
You want to know just how weird this couple is on this Columbus Day? Let's take a look at what Governor Tim Walz said back in 2020 when far-left activists tore down a statue of Columbus. Let's look at the destruction first. This is how Governor Walz reacted. Not condemnation, not even mild criticism, But he defended the leftist extremists destroying monuments. He said they had legitimate concerns about a genocidal monument.
It was an act of civil disobedience that we need to make sure people feel that there is a proper outlet to address what are legitimate concerns around what they view as a genocidal monument that they have to walk to in their democracy.
You want this character anywhere near the White House? Are you nuts? Now, yesterday we mocked Tim Walz's attempts to play the macho man gun enthusiast. That whole thing was frankly beyond parody, but Kamala's antics are being parodied on Saturday Night Live. Here she is playing
Tell that story. Every time you ask any question, she tell that story. Those people are insane. Kamala and Williams Obama really thought people was gonna vote for Harris. I mean, really? We the people want to know. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. They actually put Donald Trump in office. They did not give a viable opponent to go against Donald Trump. So, I mean, they handed him the election to keep it real. And then they went so crazy during their terms that people was just tired of their shit.
Glock, Steve, a big old Glock.
A lot of people just straight up didn't go out and vote, man, on both sides.
Now, you know the Democrats are getting desperate when they pull out the celebrity card. Last week, we brought you vision of Bruce Springsteen embarrassing himself.
You said, I'm just on here to cause trouble. Why you feel like that? Be respectful, though.
With publicly airing his TDS symptoms, Trump derangement syndrome symptoms, it was unedifying. And I regret to inform you that John Bon Jovi is also similarly afflicted, and even worse, he has written a song about it all. He tweeted that he is voting for Harris and Walz, and this is the aforementioned song. Brace yourself, the cringe is extreme. Let's see what other A-listers are embarrassing themselves in recent days, and we've got Jennifer Garner, actress Jennifer Garner. She must be a very good actress indeed, because she said this outrageous lie without laughing out loud.
I'm looking at these beautiful faces, these...
Somebody said that Obama, and this is in the other chat, the other channel, is much better than anyone I ever had. I might not look it, but I'm in my 40s, and I done served under... Been in the military for 22 years. I served under Obama. I served under Bush. I served under Trump twice now. And Biden. The best president that I served under, that took care of us, was Bush. He did better than us than Obama. He did better than us than Biden. And he even did better than us than Trump. Trump ain't really do no harm. He ain't really do no the first go around. Now this time around, he shook up the pot a little. But I did under the Democrats, I did the longest deployments of my career and back-to-back deployments like a motherfucker. Our cycle was all fucked up thanks to them. And the budget cuts they did,
Women and these strong men. God, is there anything sexier than a man who is like men for Kamala? But you are the front line of this battle, for lack of a better word.
Is there anything sexier than men for Kamala?
Nah, to keep it real, Obama was capping on that bleeding shit. He don't even like Kamala. He did not want to endorse her at all, man. I don't know why I be catching amnesia now. Remember, he did not come out and endorse her till like right around when he did that video. He wasn't fucking with her. He changed his mind like when they told him he had to. Remember, they had to pull that motherfucker out the cover and dust him off and shit. He was on some laid back shit for a little minute. Biden didn't even like her ass. I heard Biden nominated her to be his relief just to give them like a middle finger on the way out the door because they was pushing him out. That the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and them was pushing him out of the office. So he knew that they didn't want her, so he nominated her, being that they ain't have enough time to really get somebody in to replace him. But they ain't care for her. They used to sit there laughing and shit at her, man.
Yes, everything is sexier than dudes for Kamala. Are you kidding me? Now let's get more daft celebrity endorsements delivered in cringe fashion. Here is Kerry Washington along with John Legend and his wife Chrissy Teigen. That's the model who was exposed for sending the most vile trolling comments to teenagers, including telling one to kill herself. Happily, those episodes are well behind her. Now she's producing content like this.
I honestly, genuinely, fully, 100% sincerely believe that this is going to change people's lives.
And what is Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer up to these days?
Copyright music.
Okay, at least she wasn't saying anything unhinged in that clip.
Donald Trump came all the way to Michigan to beat down and insult the people of Detroit. So keep Detroit out of your mouth, Donald Trump. In the words of Aretha, show Detroiters a little respect.
Keep Detroit out of your mouth, Donald Trump. Dear me. Now, this is a masterclass.
The real telling part is she's Australian. You see how they think about her? How they making fun of her? She making fun of us, man. America, period. She making fun. See, she laughing at us. She marking our accents and shit.
And how to handle the Democrats' propaganda arm, the leftist losing it activists in the media. Here is JD Vance on ABC.
The incidents were limited to a handful of apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs, and Donald Trump is the problem and not Kamala Harris's open border? Americans are so fed up with what's going on, and they have every right to be. And I really find this exchange, Martha, sort of interesting because you seem to be more focused with nitpicking everything that Donald Trump has said rather than acknowledging that apartment complexes in the United States of America are being taken over by violent gangs.
Yeah, just a few apartment complexes.
I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't hear shit about them Venezuela immigrants in a long time. About 2-3 months, I ain't had no mention of them at all. They done put their focus in other areas, man. They must have sent them all back home, but I ain't hear nothing. No talks of them at all.
Nothing to worry about. And here is JD Vance with New York Times reporter Lulu Garcia Navarro, who claims that you can't deport all these illegal immigrants because they work in construction and we need more houses than ever. I wonder if she was against abolishing slavery too. JD Vance treated her questions with the disdain they deserve.
I don't think that many people who look into this agree with you, but about a third of the construction workforce in this country is Hispanic. Of those, a large proportion are undocumented. So how do you propose to build all the housing necessary that we need in this country? By removing...
First off, the only reason I feel we got a housing problem is because we got homeless people out here and we not building, and that money that we sending overseas, we can take care of folks right here. The programs that build us up. But all that other shit they talking, who's gonna do this and that? Motherfucker, us, Americans, we gonna do it. Black, white, Spanish, and in between, Americans are gonna do it. Like, I don't care about people coming here. Just do it lawfully.
Moving all the people who are working in construction.
Well, I think it's a fair question because we know that back in the 1960s, when we had very low levels of illegal immigration, Americans didn't buy houses, didn't build houses. But of course they did. And I'm being sarcastic, of course, in service of a point. Again, this is one of the really deranged things that I think illegal immigration does to our society, is it gets us in a mindset of saying we can only build houses with illegal immigrants when we have 7 million, just men, not even women, just men who have completely dropped out of the labor force. People say, well, Americans won't do those jobs. Americans won't do those jobs for below the table wages.
And to the ladies of The View, the bitter, mean-spirited Delulu ladies of The View, here is Sunny Hostin calling black men, Cuban men who vote for Trump, ridiculous and crazy.
You've got 53% of white women that voted for him in 2020. We've got to reach those women. We've got to reach those.
Forgot all about her. I really don't like her either. I'm gonna have to look her up. Sunny Holston, she's a clown. She did all that extra shit, the way she used to act on that show. And then her husband came out being a fucking scammer.
Those ridiculous, crazy black men that did vote for Trump. We've got to reach those people. We've got to reach the Cuban men in Miami that overwhelmingly voted for Trump. I don't know what their hearts look like.
That should be part of Trump's next ad. He'll set records for the black vote if more black folk knew how the elite Democrat class look at them. And if you want to know just how wacky Sunny is, listen to her say just last month that Joe Biden's legacy will rival George Washington's. I wish I was kidding.
I truly believe that his legacy will be etched in the history books as Washington, as someone who put that ego aside and put his...
Not acceptable.
Now, that little...
Martha, do you hear yourself?
It was against abolishing slavery.
Do those jobs.
Legacy will rival George Washington's.
I don't know how they let her say
I wish
that.
I was kidding.
I truly believe that his legacy will be etched in the history books as Washington, as someone who put that ego aside and put his country
he
first.
also so decent.
That's definitely his legacy.
It's still funny every time I hear it. Now, let's hear from some black men who are voting for Trump, even as this shopkeeper who's interviewing them tries to convince them to vote for Kamala.
About to vote? Yeah. Who you voting for? Trump. Come on, bro. Harris tells backwards, bro. What? Harris. Man, we not voting for that, man. We voting for Trump, man. I'm black. So why you ride with Trump so much? Them Venezuelans taking all our bread. Hey, Trump or Kamala? Trump, be honest. Why Trump, though? He used to keep immigrants out, so, you know, we was able for us to get jobs. It's hard for us to get jobs now, shit, because immigrants taking over. Like, what would make you want to vote for Kamala? I ain't gonna lie, we was the last two people on Earth. Still wouldn't do that shit. Damn, bro, great. It's like that? Yeah, it's like that. I don't with her. I go with Trump. She ain't no good. I'll put it like that. So whoever wanna believe and go with her,
motherfucker said we was the last two people.
So you wouldn't vote for a black woman? It's gonna be the first black woman in office.
That's gonna start World War III soon as she get in.
Kamala or Trump? Trump? Yeah. Come on, bro. Kamala till it's backwards,
man,
bro.
Man, what is Kamala? We voting for Trump, bro. What are you talking about? You know damn well we don't Kamala.
Why? Why, bro?
Give out free stamps and everything. You tweaking.
Yeah, that's how you feel.
You tweaking.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I vote Kamala.
Man, we you and Kamala.
Come on, bro. I can't even have my opinion. Damn, bro.
Bro, you voting for you, so you with that all them Venezuelans? You with all that goofy?
Yeah.
Nah, ain't no yeah.
Now, the Democrats and Kamala Harris are in full panic mode. Black men are abandoning the Democrats, and Barack Obama, berating the brothers, as he calls them, isn't going to bring them back. So the Veep went on The Breakfast Club and talked about reparations before again reminding us she grew up in a middle-class family.
My question to you is, what's your stance on reparations? We all know that America became great, you know, off the backs of free black labor. How progressive are you on making it a priority and righting America's wrongs?
Yes, I am running to be a president for all Americans. That being said, I do have clear eyes about the disparities that exist and the context in which they exist, meaning history, to your point. So my agenda, well, first of all, on the point of reparations, it has to be studied. There's no question about that. And I've been very clear about that position. In terms of my immediate plan, I will tell you a few of the following. One, as it relates to the economy, which is a lot of what you have addressed. Look, I grew up in the middle class. My mother, worked hard, raised me and my sister.
She always goes back to that. But reparations, really? So people who've never owned slaves giving money to people who've never been slaves? Sounds like the sort of lefty losing it policy Harris always champions. Also on the program, we got this incredible statement from Kamala saying the only reason she's losing support is because Republicans are scaring people away. Then she goes straight to one of her favourite bits of scaremongering and lies about Project 25.
Part of the challenge that I face is that they are trying to scare people away because they know they otherwise have nothing to run on. Ask Donald Trump what his plan is for Black America. Ask him. What, I'll tell you what it is. Look at Project 2025.
Project 25. Project 25. The hypocrisy, the projection there is incredible. All they have is fear and lies about Project 25 and threats to democracy. And with the Democrats losing support among black men, we saw Kamala resort to racist, sexist bribes. She posted this overnight. She said black men deserve a president who cares about making their lives better. And then she attached her policy agenda for black men.
All her agenda was talking some bullshit. You know what I mean? Kamala will create an opportunity agenda for black men, provide $1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to $20K for black entrepreneurs and others to start a business, support educational training and mentorship programs that lead to good paying jobs for black men, including pathways to become a teacher. First off, you said good paying jobs. They don't pay teachers shit. That's what they need to do, is revamp that to pay for fucking educators. Like, they are producing the future, but you pay them fucking crumbs. Check cryptocurrency investments so that black men who make them. Legalize, only for black men. Remember, this is what she think of us. Legalize recreational marijuana and create opportunities for black men. This is what they think of us, man.
And including creating an opportunity agenda for black men, not black women, not Latino men, certainly not white folk, just black men mentioned in her communication. And let's look at what she offers this demographic. $1 million loans that are fully forgivable. And the woman who locked up people for marijuana offences is now promising to make weed legal, because that's all black men care about in Kamala's eyes, not paying back their loans and weed. Can you imagine if Trump posted a policy called creating an opportunity agenda for white men? But the Veep has not just been race baiting, she's also been stargazing.
There's this whole, I talked with somebody once who said, if you just look at where the stars are in the sky, don't look at them as just random things. If you just look at them as points, look at the constellation, what does it show you? So you just outlined it, Roland. What does it show you?
I have no idea what that was about. I've got no explanation at all. Just thank God she has such a relatable, normal, masculine man's man from the Midwest as her running mate. Not like he's going to say anything stupid.
Look, you all know it. We can't have 4 more years of this. We won't have 4 more years of it. We won't.
There you go. That's definitely in Trump's next ad. We can't have 4 more years of this. He's right. The Democrats have been terrible. And if you thought sassy moves and stupid comments were all Tim Walz had to offer, then you'd be wrong. He's actually quite mean-spirited too. Here he mocks Trump and a woman who he helped out by giving her $100 for her grocery bill.
But he walks into this grocery store and he hands a $100 bill to a lady to pay for his groceries. Did you see this? So I'm like thinking, I wonder what he's doing there. And then I got to thinking, I think it's just natural. Any woman he sees, he pays off because he did something on there. I don't know.
What an absolute grub. Now, there's stupid, there is spectacularly stupid, and then there is this. Watch this leftist TikToker lose her mind and vandalise the flag display at a Greek restaurant in New Jersey because she thought the Greek flag was the Israeli flag, and apparently that entitles her to act like this.
I'm about to come back and put Free Palestine, too. The Free Palestine, look, what you looking at? You know damn well there's a genocide. You know there's a genocide. Now stop it. I'm taking this down. I'm gonna leave this one. Take this one down right here. I don't stand for this.
And this is why I say they gotta revamp the educational system. She don't even know what country or why she even outraged that she pulled down the Greek flag thinking that it's Israel flag. All she knew was blue and white, man. That's why we gotta revamp the educational system. She probably got a degree. That's the crazy part, you know. There'll be those fake high and mighty, I'm so educated people that do that dumb shit.
This there's genocide, and I don't stand for Zionism. And Montclair, I don't support it. There's a genocide. You know that, right? They're killing children. What's the purpose? Be proud of your heritage. Y'all understand there's a genocide, right?
Yeah, that guy's face says it all. Now, let's see how this lefty losing it reacts when told that she's attacking a Greek restaurant and tearing down Greek flags.
But this is not okay.
This is Greeky.
Who's this?
This is Greeky.
What? Really?
Greeky.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was Israel. My bad. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. It looked like Israel. It's really not a okay, well, you want it back?
Do you want your flag displayer just tore down? Back? Unbelievable. Just as unbelievable is the fact that that idiot chose to post that on social media. It's almost funny until you realise these people vote. And when it comes to their vote, you know, they ain't voting for Donald Trump. Democrats count on low information voters who consume trash like this.
If Donald Trump does win, there won't be Democrats go back and figure out how to get more voters and figure out how to change your positions. There will be camps. There will be Project 2025. There could be arrests of people like Adam Schiff. There could be Nancy Pelosi being hauled off to jail.
There will be camps.
That's another reason why I wanted to show that. It's been 6 months, 7 days, and we not in slavery. It's not no camps hauling nobody off, the concentration camps and shit. But this is the fear mongering that they try to put on for us, you know?
Project 25, they are unravelling. As for Nancy Pelosi being hauled off to jail, you mean like the lawfare that's been unleashed on Republicans in recent years, the sham cases against Donald Trump? Democrats shamelessly weaponise the justice system and then they play the victim. This is classic cry-bully behaviour. Let's go to the lefty lunatic asylum that is MSNBC now. Here is Mara Gay from the New York Times claiming that men who listen to Joe Rogan need therapy and could be fascists.
Not all men are just at home listening to Joe Rogan, being angry or being recruited to fascism. Some just need therapy, like we all do. I go to therapy, that's great.
Good luck with the therapy, but perhaps take a...
I'm sorry, everybody don't need fucking therapy. Like, everybody don't need Motrin. Everybody don't need Tylenol. People need therapy. Don't get me wrong, but to say it as blanket that everybody need it, no, everybody don't need it, because then you'll be saying that everybody is dealing with some type of hurt or illness. And if you need it, go seek the help that you need. But I hate that people are making a joke out of legitimate people that have mental health illnesses, or not even an illness that's having a breakdown. Like, they making a joke out of that shit, and they taking away from resources for people that could actually use them. Like, everything's a joke. Oh, we all need. Maybe people listen to Joe Rogan because they like Joe Rogan when they can relate to some of the stuff. Some shit is just for entertainment purposes only, you know? Like, don't mean you hate somebody because you are well-rounded.
Class in English as well, so you know what words like fascism actually mean. And a math class wouldn't go astray either. Remember, this is the same Mara Gay who said this on MSNBC.
Somebody tweeted recently that actually with the money he spent, he could have given every American $1 million.
I've got it. Let's put it up on the screen. When I read it tonight on social media, it kind of all became clear. Bloomberg spent $500 million on ads. U.S. population 327 million. Don't tell us if you're ahead of us on the math. He could have given each American $1 million and have had lunch money left over. It's an incredible way of putting it.
It's an incredible way of putting it. It's true. It's disturbing.
It's true. Yeah. It'd be true if America's population was 327, not 327 million. These are the people who think they're your moral and intellectual superiors, and they're idiots.
That's why I say we need to revamp the educational system over here in America.
Why don't we now check in on how a COVID-conscious person travels? For some people, it's always March 2020.
How I travel as a COVID conscious person. First, I use Covixol nasal spray before going to the airport, and I mask in the Uber, of course, and I always mask in the airport. When I get on the plane, I wipe down as much as I can with Clorox wipes, and I use my Pure Enrichment air purifier for the plane. I wait a little bit to eat after everyone else gets their snacks, and I plan to do as much of my activities outside as possible. When I get home, I wear a mask and test a few days in a row, and that is that.
And that's it from me tonight. I'll see.
Where that shit go now? Because you don't hear nobody really even talk about that shit. I remember for like a good 2 years, we were scared to sneeze and shit. Now you don't even hear nobody talk about. I got all those vaccines, and I know a lot of people that got fucking side effects from that shit that I work with in the military, that it did them dirty, that I feel bad for them and shit. Now I'm saying it was real because I have people that died, but I mean some people is just being extra. Like I hate when I see people with a mask on and they driving in the car by themselves. But it is what it is. Where is that? Where was that? I forgot which one we were just looking at. August. Crazy. I really don't like Joy Reid, man. I think she's such a fucking clown. Let's do another episode of Lefties Using more up to date.
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start with a bit of frivolity. Remember when Will Smith wasn't a massive beta joke before we found out his wife had boyfriends and he slapped Chris Rock for telling a very mild joke?
Let's tell the truth about that whole shit on the double standards, because just think about it. If it was Will that was having an affair with one of his daughter's friends, right? Which his daughter's pretty young. Imagine if he was having an affair with one of Willow's friends. We will all be in an outrage. Like, we going crazy over P. Diddy and what he did with consulting adults. But we ain't looking at Jada for fucking being a damn pedophile.
About Jada Pinkett Smith. Well, he's desperate to rebuild his image, and this song about how much he likes pretty girls may just be the most embarrassing thing I've seen in 2025. And I watch full episodes of The View for you.
Do he? That's the real question. Do he?
Girls. That's enough of that, thank you. But if the official video wasn't bad enough, Will Smith decided to gather a crowd and perform that catastrophe of a song in London. And just check out how excited the crowd is.
I'll change your life if you let me, girls. I like pretty girls.
Yeah, no.
They must have paid old boy that was right there. They must have paid old bruh right there. Yeah, they must have paid him to dance to that
dancing,
shit.
Will, give it up, son. Talking about dancing, here is proof that leftism ruins everything. Here is Alyssa Milano. You may remember her from programs like Who's the Boss and Charmed. That was before Trump broke her. This is her now. You know, there's a bit of that.
Ah, that's that pink cocaine I got her like that.
Is it a cry for help?
He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 4 days on the run and that he's dying of thirst.
Nah.
Now to that comparison.
I don't think that got nothing to do with Trump. It just be these old heads that's trying to keep up these young kids on TikTok and shit instead of just staying in their age range and shit. Just chill, bro. Like, you bugging out. Like, you ain't gonna catch me doing none of that TikTok shit. I'm a 40-year-old man, you know? Not doing that dumb shit. They bugging.
I mentioned earlier, comparison between a year ago and now. A year ago, This man was the commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world. Yep, the lefties wanted you to believe he was perfectly fine. No cognitive decline then at all. Well, that was then. This is now.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
Can you detect the subtle difference between those two leaders? One was a cognitively impaired puppet controlled by far-left radicals who empowered the Iranian regime through weakness and terrible deals, and one has devastated the mad mullahs of the Iranian regime. Now the Democrats are demanding that Donald Trump inform them before any future attacks. Here is Adam Schiff on CNN.
The failure to brief Democratic lawmakers, the making this just another partisan exercise by the administration. The president didn't seek the approval of Congress because he didn't make the case to the American people, because he didn't even inform one of the parties in Congress. That's when you have a real problem engaging in warfare on a partisan basis. So a lot of risks here for the country, which, is the reason why you come to Congress in the first place.
Why would President Trump consult with Democrat lawmakers, the lunatic fringe who currently enjoy an approval rating south of 20%? And how exactly would you hope to blindside the Iranians if you are briefing the anti-American miscreants in the Democrats? Anyway, while the Trump administration was taking out Iran's nuclear sites, the Democrats were dealing with far more serious matters. They had Senator Alex Padilla crying on TV because J.D. Vance called him Jose.
Sadly, it's just an indicator of how petty and unserious this administration is. But he's the vice president of the United States. You think he'd take the situation in Los Angeles more seriously?
Now, predictably, there are many on the left who are having absolute meltdowns about these strikes against Iran. People like this next dude who is on Iran's side, on the side of Islamist terrorists.
And somebody in the White House needs to take Trump and sit his ass the down. Life already hard, then we gotta worry about this.
That's the type of black men, they like to float in front of you, and then black men that don't talk. And first off, no man, black, white, purple, or in between, should be wearing no fucking bonnet, What you mean? Because there are 3 branches of government? Yeah, you're right, Cindy Baker. It is 3 branches of government, and 3 out of the 3 branches of government, each government has a distinct purpose. And we all know the president is the commander-in-chief. Even when you take your oath into the military, it says you will obey the orders of the president. And it really don't say you obey the orders of Congress. Say you obey the orders of the president and the officers appointed over you. So, a lot of people talk this constitutional lordship, but don't take the time out to actually know what the Constitution says. Boy, I would never get a fucking bonnet, Steven Silver. I already know me and you ain't of the same demographic, but that is not masculine activities. A bonnet is for a female, and you should never wear that shit outside the house. Now, you'll catch me with a do-rag on and lay my waves down and shit, but I will never wear a bonnet. You would never catch me doing anything that's slightly fucking feminine in any type of way. I'm not wearing no croc. I'm not wearing no damn bonnet. None of that shit is masculine. None of that was shit that I came up off of, man. That shit that's funny style shit, man. I wouldn't take nobody serious like that.
You ain't did nothing but cause motherfucking chaos. I'm not getting out there
Your mother.
fighting nobody. I'm on Iran's side. I'm on they motherfucking U.S. I don't give a damn.
This dude got a whole female outfit on and you defending him, Steven Silver, because you find him attractive. You fun boy.
I like his cute little hat. I don't know, maybe that's an act of parody. You can't hardly tell these days. Now, as for the Democrats' propaganda arm in the mainstream media, they are floundering. Watch this on CNN. They're lucky enough to have a token conservative on the panel, Scott Jennings, and he always injects a little bit of sanity into proceedings.
In order for the president to take action without congressional approval, he needed to show that there was a real true threat to the United States and that the strike would not cause
He's still
escalation.
possessed. He had a moo-moo on and a bonnet, bro.
Intelligence about how they were in direct threat and how the U.S. needed to respond without congressional approval. But as of right now, I have not seen that.
You're arguing that after 46 years of the Iranian regime killing Americans, threatening Americans, saying over and over and over again, death to America, that maybe...
I'm just going to go out there and put something out there that a lot of the American public don't know. You would never know in the public exactly how military operations work. It's people in the military that's not going to know. It's need to know. We have clearances and different levels of clearances. Like it's need to know information. And why would you give your playbook out on national TV? Literally, the shit y'all know is the very raw, already broken down, that's unclassified that they could put out. But it's the very, very, very minute details. You will never know exactly how we're going to go handle military operations. That shit is all bullshit. All the shit you see on CNN, Fox, all that shit, when they talk about military shit, that shit is bullshit. That's some shit that the public affairs officer and everything done laid out what they feel is digestible for the public.
They were just, didn't mean it, that they're fiery but mostly peaceful Iranian butchers.
And Vice President J.D. Vance was being asked over and over again, is America now at war with Iran? This poor guy was growing weary of pointing out the obvious.
The big question, is the United States now at war with Iran? No, we're not at war with Iran, John. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program, and I think the president took decisive action to destroy that program last night.
First question, Mr. Vice President, is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program.
You know, nature is healing. Things are getting better day by day, even as the demented Democrats call for Donald Trump to be impeached for a targeted strike against Iran's nuclear facilities. Still, the number of sane, rational folk is increasing. You know, things are looking up when a confirmed TDS sufferer like Charlemagne.
What's cap? That they not at war with Iran. We've been fucking going back and forth with Iran for 40 years.
Is belatedly seeing the light. Now, this is going to outrage his lefty audience. There'll be meltdowns galore because he's spitting facts.
There have been a bunch of presidents who have ordered strikes without congressional approval. Barack Obama did it against Libya. Joe Biden ordered strikes in Iraq and Syria.
They don't want to talk about that because if Gaddafi would have got the plan together to actually unite Africa, like how we got the United States of America, they would have had like the United Countries of Africa and united that continent together, and they backed their money with tangible, because you know they got diamonds, gold, they got like real shit to back their money up, not just printing shit. They would have been one of the richest fucking nations in the world, and we couldn't have that. So what we did, send people in to assassinate him. And Obama was the one who did that.
Without congressional approval. Bill Clinton did it to was it Kosovo, I think you pronounce it. So presidents ordering military action without congressional approval has become pretty routine.
And he's not alone. Here's another Democrat, another lefty losing it. He used to rail against Trump. Well, he's now defending him. Stephen A. Smith is angry, not at the president, but at the Democrats and their calls for impeachment.
I can't say I can't stand Stephen A. Smith, but he's a clown, bro. Especially when it comes to basketball. He don't know what the hell he's talking about.
For the impeachment of Donald Trump. Same old song and dance.
Thought we heard this before. I thought that was over and done with. The minute you lost the election with the popular vote in the electoral college vote and losing every swing state. I thought we were over that. Question number one. No matter.
See, he lost the popular vote, the electoral vote. He won every swing state, bro. They handed him the election, bro. You put out somebody that was incompetent to go against him. And then y'all want to give away all the money, want to do, you know what I mean, force us to believe your beliefs and shit. Like,
what you feel about the president of the United States, do you think that's the time?
Yeah, I mean, Charlemagne grew a lot because I couldn't stand Charlemagne for a long time. He used to do mad clown activities up there and shit. But even when you watched him on the campaign trail when it was going, he fucked with Kamala and shit. But before she came in, he was not feeling Biden and shit, you know. He had gave Kamala pushback and shit. And they was mad when he was calling her out for not having a fucking policy.
While we're in the middle of such strife, to be calling for the impeachment of the president of the United States, particularly if you're a representative, you're an elected official in the United States of America? I don't think so. That's number one. Number two, were the Democrats saying that when Obama bombed Libya when he was in office?
It's a new day for us. I'll be playing you some crazy lefties soon. But right now,
we bombed Libya, Somalia, fucking all over. We send bombs into fucking Iran too back when Obama was in office. We fucking took over Afghanistan in weeks. We took over Iraq in weeks. All these presidents did this shit without running to Congress for help. It's because y'all don't like him, so now everything he do, he's going to be scrutinized and under the microscope. But all the presidents did. That's their biggest power is the damn military. Look up who's in charge of the military. It ain't going to tell you Congress. And then think about it. Y'all talk all this because everybody nowadays only go with buzzwords and what they done seen on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, or whatever, even YouTube or whatever. And they be like, only Congress can call war. Think about it. We've been in a lot of wars or conflicts, and we ain't been calling it that shit. We just called it conflicts. We didn't call it wars, that we was at war. Like, when has we not been at war? If you want to keep it real, or not war, when have we not been in conflict? We've been in conflict, shit, my whole life. In 43, 2 years I've been alive, we've been in conflict with somebody. We've been in, like, I think Kosovo, like they said, they bombed Kosovo, they bombed Bosnia. When we fought against, what's that joint with the Albanians when they was getting ran over in the Middle East, we came to their rescue. I was in high school for that. I'm trying to think, what the hell is that? Global war on terrorism, Iraqi freedom. Shit, I did the global war on terrorism and Iraqi freedom and Afghanistan. Been to all those places. Been over by Iran. Went over there twice. We surged in 2011 and 2012. We went over there because Israel and them got into it. They was talking about bombing in there. Even when this shit just now happened, they've been talking about attacking each other since 2010. 2010. This is nothing new.
Just reveling in lefties who are finally seeing the light.
This is eradicating a threat. Civilians weren't targeted. Nuclear sites were targeted. You can navigate your way around the War Powers Act itself, and you don't have to concern yourself with receiving congressional approval. The Democrats know that because of Obama. So if you knew that because of Obama and you didn't say it when it involved him in Libya, why would you turn around and all of a sudden try to make that case against Donald Trump?
Really, he's done my work for me, precisely the arguments I was going to make, and now I have to listen to a lifelong Democrat.
I think it was Kosovo. That's what it was. I may lose it
myself. Now, Trump has even got Democrat Senator John Fetterman wants a far-left radical criticising.
Well, it was always something. That's why I'm like, when have we not
Trump to be impeached?
She knows it. I know it.
If you think about it, since World War II, right? When has it been a decade that we have not been in some type of conflict? No matter how short it was or how long it was, when has it been that we didn't have a conflict? And I feel like they start calling shit conflicts the only one we really lost was Vietnam, because they still fell to communism. And that was our goal, to stop them for communism.
We all know it. That's not going anywhere. And, you know, he's been impeached twice, and now he's still our president as well now, too. So it's not going anywhere, and I don't think that's helpful. And I think if you throw that term around, that actually diminishes what the severity of what impeachment is really reserved for.
And here's more lefties getting an education. Old school lefty Bill Maher and his audience got a strong dose of logic from Republican Wesley Hunt about the importance of not tearing down Confederate statues and the importance of restoring the names of military bases. Listen to this.
Trump is putting the Robert E. Lee name back on buildings. I mean, are you down with that?
So when I was at West Point, I actually lived in Robert E. Lee barracks when I was there. And as I said,
Robert E. Lee went to West Point.
Yes, he did. That's why the barracks is named after him. And so my brother, sister, and I are matriculated through West Point. We all graduated. And I'll never forget walking under the threshold of Robert E. Lee barracks and think to myself, damn, this is one hell of a country. Because only in America can someone like me walk into a building named after a Confederate general and then be a successful West Point graduate.
Yes.
And I do not want to take down these statues and change the names of these buildings because they're a reminder of what was. Okay. And if we don't remember it, we are doomed to repeat it.
Okay. So there's a reason for it, I see.
As if it's not bad enough that I have the likes.
Would Charlemagne started changing his mind and stay relevant? Or Bill Maher?
Of Charlemagne and Stephen A. Smith making my arguments for me. Now here is Bill Maher.
You talk about Stephen A. Smith? I don't like Stephen A. Smith because he claimed to be a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks fan. And he don't know what the hell he talking about when it comes to the Knicks. I just think he's fucking terrible. He better at politics than he is at fucking talking about the Knicks. He bad luck for us.
Poking fun at the dangerously dim-witted and delusional ladies of The View.
Whoopi Goldberg saying it's worse to be a black person in America today than a woman in Iran. You know, I say we were talking about the trans issue before, and the New York Times really has come over on that to the sort of.
I tell you this, traveling around the world, and I'm going to be biased because I'm American. I wouldn't want to live in no other country but America, bro. When I go to these other countries, they're cool to visit, but I like it here. Maybe because all my loved ones is here for the most part, but I like America. I'm Americanized. That's why I fight for this country, because I love America. But when I go overseas, I do like seeing all that shit. But the whole time, from the day one when I leave on deployment to day whatever it is when we come back, I always think about coming back. But that's what killed me, when all these cats be on some far right or far left, but nobody goes down to the recruiting station and be like, sign me up, bro. And I joined by mistake. And I was like, I'll do 4 years if I can make it. And then it's about to be 22 years later. So obviously I like it. That's when I hear people like, we going to war. Fuck you mean we? You not going out there. Me going to war. My people's going to war. I got to make decisions out there to protect ours. But even then, like, that's what we train for. That's when the nation called, that's what we're supposed to do. That's the whole point. That's why I'm like, we wasn't scared. It is what it is. We ain't even, when this bombing shit happened, I went to work Monday. We ain't even talk about that shit. We was talking about other dumb shit. About people fucking calling in sick and shit. They wasn't even fucking, we ain't had no conversation, literally ain't had no conversation, but leading up to this, we had conversations about shit. And even that shit, the shit that was like, optional, I didn't want to go because I was like, I don't want y'all to even have me all paranoid thinking everybody out to get me. But we did not think twice, talk about that shit or nothing, man. Appreciate it, Lee, but we did not. That shit was a regular day on Monday. Nothing special, man. We was talking about the rest of the week. We was talking about this week coming up with 4th of July. How we gonna work it in different meetings and shit we had, man. But we did not. They ain't have no meetings whatsoever. And then I went to the other side of base. Nobody was talking about it. It was it is. We was up there getting our people that left the other day because they had it all over the news, which that was the first. That was the first that we fucking advertised all our movements and shit on which ships we sent into the Middle East. So I feel like that shit was a dog and pony show just to have a show of force, because we never be like, hey, I'm going to fucking send this ship here, unless we just putting on a dog and pony show. What's up, AJ? But let's hear him. Bear Mars full of shit too. He be fucking with them old video vixens and shit.
Sensible, liberal, not crazy woke position. I think this is a great first step toward getting the Democrats back to sanity. And a second good step would be, we got to do something about The View.
Hold on.
Dangerously dim-witted and delusional.
Yeah, he said get the Democrats back in order.
Saying it's worse to be a black person in America today than a woman in Iran. I say we were talking about the trans issue before, and the New York Times really has come over on that to the sort of the sensible, liberal, not crazy woke position. I think this is a great first step toward.
And they stole the whole woke word, man. Because I remember maybe like 10 years ago, woke wasn't what it mean now. Woke was like that, I'm gonna go ahead and say like that black person that was into that Afro-centric, like more like in tune and learning the history about Africa and different stuff like that. Conscious community, I think they call that shit now and shit. Little extraordinary motherfuckers that time. Now, woke done turned into this shit. This ain't even like, I laugh at black people. You let the motherfuckers they straight stole your shit, re-changed the word. Like, one thing I say that people don't want to say, the main reasons on why Trump got reelected and why so many people over him, they went extreme. They try to overcorrect everything and then force feed us their narrative, man. And then like, what's the shit earlier we was watching with the Doge committee? I don't know about you, man. I feel like my taxes was too fucking much. My electric bill too much. Everything's too much. But what's a birthing person? Say a woman, but we want to be so politically correct not to offend mental illness, because some of that shit is mental illness. Because like at work, my joke is that I'm transracial. Y'all probably didn't know that about me. I am transracial. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what you mean. Woke do mean different flavors of zesty. And like I told them, I said, I'm transracial. And they like, what do you mean you transracial? I'm like, I'm an Asian middle-aged man. And they like, oh, you can't say that. Why the fuck I can't say that? But you would tell me that I have to recognize this person for whatever the fuck that is, that you know damn well they not that shit, bro. If I say I'm a dog, like one of the like I'm a chief, right? So one of the chiefs that was working with us, right? He was telling us how his kid's school had training with them because they got a kid that's there in the class that think he's a cat. He thinks he's a fucking cat. And instead of telling this little boy that you are not a fucking cat and you can't be a fucking cat, they're playing along with him and then got mad because this dude, as a parent, did not want his kid to participate in that shit. And I feel like that's what we do. And they stole the word woke and turned it into a disillusional programming. You know what I'm saying? That, like you said, they done took it from being some shit of knowledge in your history and shit, and it was really just in this demographic to now it's really another letter to the LGBT community, to keep it real. You know what I mean? That's all they did was take it with that shit to be like, oh, like birthing person, say woman. Then I don't know, like I don't want no problems with them because you don't know. It's an unfair advantage you got because you don't know what's offensive. Like they have the playbook to say this is offensive, but nobody's telling you, and you're not trying to be offensive, but everything's offensive to them. So it's like, you don't know what to fucking do. Bro, the crazy shit is, they had the litter box at school for the kid. We sitting at work like, are you bugging? Like, you crazy? Like, you telling me this little boy is coming to school with a fucking litter box and y'all think this shit is okay? I would have homeschooled my kid from there. From there, we had to figure out it's time for him to get homeschooled, you know? And I'm telling you, the educational system sucks, bro. My wife's a teacher, and the first thing she said is, literally, like, I think we was having a conversation either yesterday or the day before yesterday. She was like, I wish Trump would dismantle the Board of Ed because this shit is so fucking ridiculous, man. And I feel like college and shit is a hustle. Like, I got a degree. I don't feel I'm no smarter before I got that shit to now. Life was my best educator, you know? And what killed me with America is I go to school, right? I had to learn English and take fucking English from first grade to 12th grade. Then I go to college. You tell me I got to take remedial English. You know, I don't think I had to take remedial English. I was always pretty good at English. But still, it's the option that you had to take remedial English and don't even count towards shit, towards your degree. And then on top of that, you got to take regular English 1, regular English 2. But you just send me to school for fucking 12 years of my life. And I speak English every day. And then we learn nonsense in school. Who the fuck cares about, like, learn history? But that shit shouldn't be multiple classes on that shit. It should be we get to the stuff that we need to know and shit, and then move on to the next shit. And college should be, in my opinion, it should be more like trade school. You go in and you learn your profession, bro. You should already know the basics as fucking math and English and shit. So you should go in there. If you're going to be a doctor, go in there, learn the basic biology, learn biology, chemistry, all that stuff towards leading you towards a doctor. That by the time you in your sophomore year and what you call it, I say after sophomore year, junior and senior year, you should be working on straight clinicals and actually, if you're a lawyer, you should be working on your specialty and be doing that shit. Not fucking coming in here learning about goddamn. If you got to do history, you should be learning the history of the law field, the medical history, that everything should be pertaining to the program that you have. You know? Yeah, man. And then the history shit don't even be like real shit. Like I was telling y'all, as far as the military activities, the shit they put on the news is what they want us to know. And I say us too, because even us in the military is need to know. Step one, as soon as we start going into combat activity, they cut off all of our communication on the ship. Everything's cut off. We can't communicate with the outside world to tell them what's going on. By the time they cut our shit back on is when they want us to spin it. After they don't put the story out there that they want the public to know, then they will cut back on our communication and shit. But they don't fucking tell us, man. Let me see. Don't go to college unless you know what you want to do. Otherwise, go to trade school and learn a craft much cheaper and more reward. First of all, let's talk about your fucking comment, right? That shit is the absolute truth. Hold on. We're going to come back to that, but let's go big screen for a second. That shit is the absolute truth, bro. Because, for instance, right? I have a homeboy. He's in the chat, right? Soul Sounds. You see me and him on here a lot, right? He went the trade route, you know? He do college and stuff now, but he went the trade route. And that shit is so fulfilling that I seen how he doing. And the first thing I said is, my son, yeah, I put the money aside for him to go to college, and I would use my GI Bill or whatever for him to go to college. But he has to go to trade school first. He has to go to trade school, learn a trade, do that. Then college can come. And I'm not even a whole, I'm not a component of making my kids go to college right after school, because I went to college right after high school and I just wasted my parents' money, bro. I waste my parents' money. I ain't do shit. Shit, man. I fucking party. I party, cut class, bullshit. I was social. That's all I was. Social goddamn butterfly. I was not doing it, but even now, like last year, right? I was in training, right? Because that's another thing too, like in the military. They sent us to school for everything that we need to do. You know what I mean? Like I was changing my path while I'm doing like IT shit. They sent me to school for a couple of months in Florida, right? Came back, my fucking AC went out, right? It was the 4th of July, my AC went out just to pay this motherfucker to come to my house and tell me what I already knew, that my shit don't work. They charged me like triple the amount because it was the holiday. He came in here and was like, yeah, it don't work. We're going to have to order some parts. A lot of people, ACs is going out, so it might be a while, you know? So I think I paid him like $300 for him to come out here. He got it jump started. He jumped it to go. He was like, don't cut it off, because once it cut off, it ain't cutting back on until we changed. I had to change the blower out and shit. That shit, literally, and before that, 2 weeks before that, they had to change the control panel. That once I spoke to my boy, he could have walked me through that shit on FaceTime. That was $1,000 to change the control panel out. Then he came back out here, charged me $1,200 to change the blowout. Yeah, I'll be looking into, like I said, I went to school, so I learned a little bit of coding and all that stuff. Like at my job, we do coding and shit with our programs and stuff now. I mean, I'm learning it. I ain't the best. I know how to do my stuff for my trouble tickets and shit, but I'm setting myself up. Like right now, I'm doing a college thing just to build my resume, and I feel like a lot of people don't know the cheat code to life, bro. That I would tell everybody to do is, especially your sons, right? Because, you know, women take off better with academics and stuff with a lot of things, you know. I think they take it more serious. But the cheat code, sons and daughters, go to the military for the first 4 years. Treat that like college. Go to the military. Succeed in it. See if it's for you. If it ain't for you, at least get out with the benefits that you done earned, because you can earn your GI Bill. Get your GI Bill, you could take that, then go to college or trade school, because you could do clock hours or semester hours. Go to trade school or college, and then you set yourself up. And then you could get a degree, the same degree that they all cherishing, and be debt free. And while you in the military, they give you up to 60 credits that they pay for. Like, that's why I'm going back to school too, because I refuse to let them to leave anything on the table when I get out. Like, so I used up some, got my associates and shit, and only like fucking 7 classes away from my bachelor's with 1 degree, and I'm doing 2 degrees, computer science, and my other degree is like a Chipotle degree. But you get 60 credits at $250. So that's $30,000 right there. I'm not, if somebody told you 30,000 was sitting in cash behind a room, you just gotta go in and fill out some paper, we all do it. So that's why I tell people, when you look at the benefits, you gotta, it ain't gonna be laid out there with a sign most of the time, but it's great benefits there that you need to take advantage of, because they're gonna take a lot out of you. They're gonna send you away. They're gonna get their money out of you. So you might as well take full advantage of, not even full advantage. You need to take up the opportunity that's presented to you. You know? And that's what I tell them. Like, right now, I feel comfortable to know that my kid's gonna go to school. That's taken care of because of my service. Like I said, I don't know what I'm gonna do when I retire in 2 years, but I could use that same GI Bill for my family. Now, I done got hurt since I've been in the military, and 10 out of 10, my disability is gonna cover me. And then if you 100% disability in the state of Virginia, you don't pay property tax no more. So I mean, my mortgage is gonna go down $5,000 and some change a year, you know? So you do the math on that. That's like $400 a month my mortgage go down. Then my kids can go to any state college for free. For free. Plus, I will still have it. Then I can't think of the other programs, so I'm not going to say. I just know it start with a V. It's like vocational something. That will cover you to go to school too, without even having to use Rubik Cube. I ain't got another for you. Stop playing with me. What's that program, that joint that you go to school for? It's not the GI Bill, the other shit, vocational something. What's the name of that joint? What you doing up this late? Rubik's Cube is in the building, man. Go subscribe to him. I don't even think he do content, but we gonna get him to do content. Yeah, VR&E. And I just found out about that a couple of months ago. A few months ago. One of the retirees that was at my job, these 2 girls that retired, these 2 women, they came by and told us about it. Like, yo, we just sitting back, going to school and shit, chilling. You're an overall and crane operator. Yo, it's crazy because I learned how to do the crane while I was on deployment, just because I was like, boy, trying to get, just kill time, actually. crane when we take the engines out of the helicopters. And I felt like if I got to sit down there all day and watch them work, because literally at that point, that's all I could do, watch them work. So I'd rather sit out there and they show me how to do shit, or the shit I know how to do, I help them. We can all go back and chill when we done, because it's hot as hell out there. But yeah, man, I'm telling you that's another thing too. Like my uncle, my aunt and shit, they had me out there working hard, man. I gotta look at. I'm gonna just pick your brain into that veteran rehab and employment joint. We could probably do an episode and a show on that. And we talk about that shit and break it down. But yeah, it's so much stuff out there. But the whole thing is, a lot of people don't know that this stuff is out there. And opportunity, like I said, I didn't even know about the veteran rehab and employment until like maybe like 6-7 months ago. And that was on some like somebody came, it was a commissioning we had from one of the senior chiefs, and the other chiefs that retired, they came by to show love, and then they, you know what I'm saying, was like, yeah, this is what we do, blah blah blah. And then I start hearing more about it. It's kind of like, you know, you see a car, you never see that car before, you get the car and now you see it everywhere. It was like one of those moments. Like once I heard about it, I started seeing it, and I just start looking up all different types of things, you know. And like you said about the AI shit, we do gotta learn that. Yeah, there's a lot of it. A lot of people that get out and don't match. Yeah, they don't reach out and tell people. It's like they hoard the knowledge to think that if they keep it to themselves, like it's gonna stop them from being able to get it. But I remember one of my first evals when I came to the ship, they was like, we know you know how to do X, Y, Z, so you need to learn how to network with people and shit, because a lot of times it ain't what you know, it's who you know. Skilled labor is the best labor, bro. Like I tell you, every time I come out, I gotta do some shit. It's literally it costs you thousands of dollars. Like even which remind me, I gotta buy some brakes for my wife's car. Even the mechanic. I sat there. I remember somebody took their car, right? To go get a fucking state inspection and oil change. They was charging her like 100 and some change, right? I'm fucking eating breakfast. They call her like, hey, we gotta do such and such. You know, they get the okay. They had to change the damn filter and a windshield wiper, and they wanted to charge her like $85 or some shit like that. So I was like, tell them hell no. You ain't paying that for no fucking air filter. She turned them down, like, I'm gonna show you how to do it. We bought the fucking filter for like 16 fucking bucks. That fucking shit for like 20 bucks. Change that shit out in like fucking 5 minutes. You know, air filter, you just slap it. Brakes. One of my cars, right? The brakes is they told me like 700 to change the brakes on it. Just the front brakes. The brakes and road is 700 and some change, right? And I told my homeboy, which I gotta hit him up because he's going through some things. His mother passed away. And I've been keeping in contact when I know he back home, and hit him up tomorrow and I wake up to check on him again. But you know, homeboys, and that's another benefit a lot of people don't talk about on base. They got a hobby shop, which is literally a damn garage with ASE certified mechanics that work there. They don't work on your car, but they walk around and make sure that you doing your shit correct. And you can ask them advice like, hey, am I doing this correct? The stuff that I failed my inspection for that I needed, that was going to cost, I think altogether with changing out, because I had a snap bolt on, it should cost like $1,000, right? Me and my boys changed that shit out, and it cost, I might have spent $200 for everything. And that's being genuine. And I mean, that's even me paying for my, yeah, I paid maybe a little over $200. I think the Rotors was like $75. But anyway, just, I know I paid way less than half for that shit. Like right now, I got some car parts with Rubik Kill. I might hit you up. I might go to the hobby shop if I can do that shit in the driveway. I ordered the tow hitch for the truck, but everything said I could do it in 10 minutes. But I don't know if I got the tools, so I'll probably just take it to base just so I could use their torque wrench, or I might drive over to the squadron and use their torque wrench. You can schedule one of the guys to work on your shit? I ain't know. I know we always did it ourselves. I know it was some shit when we asked them questions and they be like, you know what, I'll just do it because it's easier for me to do it than explain it to you. What state you in that you don't got no state inspection? So I go rest. I'm in Virginia, man. They always tell your ass to fucking now if you take your shit to a tire place for fucking your state inspection, they gonna say you need new tires and shit. Rubik's Cube actually put me on to a place that do state inspection. I've been going there the last couple of years because they don't bullshit me. And I could take the car there. Sometimes if I think I got some shit wrong with it, I take it there, let them fail me. They give me a list of stuff, I fix it and bring it back. Ohio? New York, they got admissions. Florida don't got no state inspection. South Carolina don't got a state inspection. And let's get back to that. I gotta use the bathroom. Let's see something. No, we ain't gonna do the red screen. Let's do the purple so y'all can see the chat. And we're gonna play some more of this while I run to
Getting
the
the Democrats back to sanity. And a second good step would be we got to do something about The View. I really believe that. I mean, could you just
It's huge in Iran, though.
Stay in your lane, Bill Maher. Mocking lefties is my territory. You go back to, I don't know, smoking dope and poking fun at Christians. But I do want to play you this brilliant response to Whoopi's insane victim playing from Wesley Hunt. And note again the audience clapping. This is Bill Maher's audience. This wouldn't have happened a few years ago.
My district in the great state of Texas is actually a white majority district that President Trump would have won by 25 points. As I said, I'm a direct descendant of a slave. My great-great-grandfather was born on a Rosedown plantation. I am literally being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. That's the progress because, like, a lot of white people had to vote for me. A lot.
So wait,
so I don't even ever want to hear Whoopi Goldberg's conversation about how it's worse to be black in America right now. That's a bit far. And my father, who's 75 years old, he was a man that was in the French quarters that had to go get a sandwich to the back door of the building. And his son is now a United States congressman in a white majority district in Texas as a Republican. That is America. That's America.
And while we're talking about The View, let's check in on the lunacy. Here is Joy Behar.
I don't really care for Bill Maher. He'd be funny style. And then he used to mess with Superhead, so that shit says a lot right there.
So on Thursday, the White House said that Trump was going to make a decision on Iran within the next 2 weeks. That's what he said. Remember that? Okay. He was going to give diplomatic negotiations more time to play out. And then, less than 48 hours later, this attack was underway. So what changed? And what was he actually trying to accomplish here?
I mean, look, the 2 weeks measure was clearly a bit of a head fake.
So why did he keep it a secret? For the surprise, the surprise version?
I mean, absolutely the diversion. And you saw the way that all indications were the B-2s were flying towards Guam. Everybody thought, okay, so we're getting in position to be ready. They wanted to have some element of surprise.
Did she really ask why the US didn't tell the Iranians about the surprise attack? Lost for words. Here is Sunny Hostin on The View, pretending to be an international law expert, and she gets shut down quick smart.
He bypassed Congress, potentially violated the War Powers Resolution. I believe this is certainly a clear violation of international law at the very least. Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries accused the president of misleading the country as to his intentions. What do you think are the possible ramifications that President Trump could face for arguably overstepping?
You know what's crazy about her? She just don't learn her lesson because she had to do so many legal notes. Her fucking, like, we keep talking about all this healthcare this and healthcare that, and we found out that her fucking husband was overcharging and overbilling people and scamming Medicare. Oh, I appreciate it, Lee, man. It is a good, chill place, you know what I mean? Like I tell people, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. I am an independent. Rubik's Cube will tell you because he worked with me for many years. We were stationed together for 2 different duty stations, and we've been friends ever since from day one. And they'll tell you, like anybody tell you, I'm a reactionist. Some shit I could be like the biggest this fan or that fan, and if I know that you, like, for instance, I know Pat's be like, Obama, somebody can be like, F Obama, I'm gonna be like, oh, Obama's the greatest, just to fuck with you. I'm bored. You know, just to see, are you saying it because somebody telling you to feel that way, or you have an educated opinion or educated determination that backs up by facts and not emotions. A lot of these cats, that's what I'm saying. I'm an American, bro. I don't know nothing else but America. But that'd be a lot of cats is they tell them what to think and they run with that shit instead of coming up and having a fucking single thought of their own. They tell them how to think, you know? Like, oh, I don't like this shit because you told me not to like it. I like who I like, man. Like, I come from a diverse background. I got diverse friends and family. Like, we don't all get along, but we love each other. And then I learned a lot. My son is such a, like, well-versed 8-year-old that I learned stuff from him. And that's how I know you can't bullshit nobody no more, because these kids will look shit up on you too. And it's crazy that a 8-year-old, you could tell him some shit and he'll look it up and, you know, come back to it. Like I kept telling him, because, you know, I don't eat pork, that he shouldn't eat pork. And he, I tell him he gonna have worms and shit. And I showed him, you know, because you could find something to back up anything you want. So I showed him like worms and shit, telling him. And he looked it up and took the time out and came back to me after writing a report on his own on why you can get worms, and that, because I think he wanted to be a smart ass, but he's very respectful. But he was saying it comes from undercooked meat and all that stuff. Then pointed out that I only don't eat pork because of religious beliefs. And I told him, even though that's how it started, I do not eat pork off of the health benefits too. You know what I mean? One thing I had to learn, though, is I used to get my steak cooked well done. Them days are over. Those days are over. When I was in Italy, I got a steak medium rare, even though I asked for real done, and he gave me a medium steak. Best steak I had in my life, bro. A kilo of steak, 100 euros. Best steak. The only regrets I have is I ain't buy 2. You're right. Some people are just followers. Some people are sheeps, man. They just got the wrong shepherds. That be the problem. Most people are sheeps. Most people, is easier for them to go with the child instead of going with the group. I mean, to go with the group instead of standing up to be like, or just having their own independent thoughts, you know? You need that. Jesus will hand Trump the Nobel Prize. Okay. I think if Jesus come back and hand it to him, then I don't know if I want to be around for that. Cause I mean, we done went passed over to the upper room. Some people, yeah, but a lot of people are just, yeah, strokes. I'm trying to eat better now that I'm older. I'm trying to eat better. Cause people tell you I work out all the time and eat junk. Now they don't need to follow me. I need people to be their own independent thinker. I got people that listen. I want us all to, we all can learn from each other. You know? Let's hear this delusional
his authority.
Dingbat.
Well, look, constitutionally, only Congress has the power to declare war. The War Powers Act would make it seem very clear you need to have congressional approval on this. But president after president after president has launched military action without the approval of Congress.
Yeah. Now, here is further proof that blue cities are mad and willing to elect ever more radical miscreants.
They don't read the Constitution. Section 2 gives
Mamdani,
the president.
A socialist, the New York Post reports, has barely ever held a job and admits to being a Nepo baby. Well, he could be the next mayor. He could be the man to lead a city of 8.8 million people. This guy.
He gonna be the mayor of New Jersey, Plainsville, New Jersey. Watch.
Go ahead, make a rap for you.
That fool look good though.
And more recently has been involved in violent protests against Tom Homan and the Trump administration's deportation program. And they've done it now. Daddy's mad. It's bad enough that the president has to deal with lefties losing it on networks like CNN and MSNBC. Networks pumping out lies, hysteria and hate 24/7. But the commander-in-chief was also fed up with an ally and a foe failing to live up to a peace deal. And they all copped it, starting with the lefty media outlets.
You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean. I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers.
Thank you for subscribing.
You're real losers.
I appreciate
You're
that.
real losers. Yes, yes, you are. CNN and MSNBC, or was he calling them MSNDC? Well, frankly, he was just warming up.
You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people, and the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it are.
That boy be speaking his mind though. He be there whatever the fuck comes to his head. He pissed the fuck off. They gutless. Nobody even know who. Remember they was scared that what was it, MSNBC, when they thought that Elon was gonna buy that joint. The motherfuckers was crying on screen. They was on air crying and shit. Like they was scared as hell that he was gonna come buy that shit and fire their ass.
Be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Just fantastic stuff and well-deserved. I'll show you shortly what inspired that spray, but the president was not done yet. We're going to have a look at one of the greatest moments in Donald Trump's presidency thus far, a moment that will go down in history. And this moment is significant for a number of reasons. The substance of his comments, the manner in which it was delivered, and the confidence it inspired. This is a leader, not a politician.
Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Outstanding, outstanding. And that sent a message. There was no forceful retaliation by Israel and none further by Iran for now. And folks from both sides of the political divide appreciated the honesty, the transparency of the moment. But not this blowhard. Let's hear from possibly the dumbest man on British radio, James O'Brien.
The aftermath of an attack upon nuclear facilities. And Keith, did my ears deceive me? I think what's clear is that Donald Trump doesn't know what the bleep is going on, right? Can we agree on that?
No, we can't agree on that, you contemptible simpleton. Just like we don't agree on this defamatory set of lies about the president. Perhaps he will sue LBC like he did ABC. That cost ABC a pretty penny. Yes, it did. How much might this little rant cost James O'Brien's employer?
But as it is, it's the self-confessed sex offender who you're cheering for his attitude towards transgender women. He's a self-confessed sex offender, the guy who boasts about grabbing women by their genitals.
Did he say he grabbed them without their consent? Pretty sure he didn't say that, James. But let's get back to what had the president ropeable in the past 24 hours. And he was reporting like this. Here is CNN reporting as gospel info leaked to them by some desperate, hacked and anonymous low-level loser from the deep state, if I may quote the press secretary there.
Essentially looking at the images and looking at what was actually damaged, the Defense Intelligence Agency has assessed that the core components of Iran's nuclear program are largely intact, and that Iran's nuclear program has essentially only been set back by months.
Sure, Jan, just months. Nuclear sites bombed to smithereens, just set back a few months. Here is how dishonest CNN can be, how their only objective is to damage Donald Trump.
I don't think all of them are following this one, because I'm gonna after this, I'm gonna go look at the left, get the left perspective on a lot of this joint. But they be just, you know, they entertaining. They both be, a lot of them done folded, because you remember, what was it, before he came in office, he sued a lot of them for lying on him. Even when they said the whole shit, when they said he essayed somebody, he sued them and won. He sued CNN. CNN had to pay him off a couple of millions not too long ago for saying that he essayed somebody and it wasn't true. But yeah, he got to get he need a speechwriter, not like the shit he be saying himself and be ad-libbing and putting blown smithereens and it's the biggest, greatest bill in the world and the biggest bomb and nobody been bombed like this before, and like it's just like so awesome to bomb. Like he says the same shit, he just insert different words, you know, but it pretty much be the same damn speech. Besides, they didn't know what the F they was doing. Just
Trump. Let's have a look at this presenter, Erin Burnett, first claiming last week that there was no need to bomb Iran's nuclear sites because they were years away from developing a weapon, if indeed Iran even wanted a weapon.
This timeline of Iran being a few weeks away from a nuclear bomb
you're right about that.
is in direct contradiction to CNN's reporting. According to U.S. intelligence assessments, Iran is 3 years away from being able to produce a nuclear weapon if they wanted to. So the facts on Iran getting a nuclear weapon do not bear out the claim at the heart of what has put the world on the verge of world war.
World war, hyperbole much? Here is the same activist journalist less than a week later saying the American strikes only put back Iran's nuclear weapon ambitions by a matter of months.
It only set back the Iranian nuclear program by months. We got to call it like it is. It's a big deal.
Unbelievable. And here is CNN's Erin Burnett again claiming that those chanting death to America in Iran are actually really friendly. Well, perhaps they're friendly to her because she's the very definition of a useful idiot.
They're chanting death to America all around me, even as I say, oh, I'm an American reporting for CNN, and they were happy to speak to me. So that those two sort of jarring realities of the chant and yet the friendliness have existed together.
That don't even make sense.
No wonder Donald Trump gave the media outlets another big serve earlier today during this press conference at The Hague.
You have some great reporters, but you have scum. CNN is scum. MSDNC is scum.
You don't waste no opportunity.
They're bad people. They're sick. And what they've done is they're trying to make this unbelievable victory into something less.
Here are a couple of American traitors who want the Islamist Iranian regime to wipe out the South, to blow up more than 100 million Americans in red states like Texas and Florida.
Dear Iran, this is my official application of states that you should wipe out because we did not vote for that orange Cheeto man over here in Los Angeles. Alabama.
Out of here.
Florida.
Out of here.
Arkansas.
Boom.
Oklahoma.
Get 'em gone.
Ohio.
No.
Kansas.
Gone.
Kentucky.
No.
Arkansas.
Red.
Tennessee.
Fire.
That's why I told you I ain't like TikTok, because it just gave an outlet for all these idiots to have a way to just talk, and that shit gets everywhere at rapid speeds, man, because they think this shit is funny and they don't even realize you in a country that you even got the freedom to even, like, we know they're not that bright. We could look at them and say, but you even got the freedom to joke. Like, you're not saying that shit in Turkey. You're not saying this shit in Iran. You are not going to go over to Iran and talk against their government. Damn sure not on the plane. You're not going to North Korea. You're not going to none of these countries who everybody thinks is a fucking joke. Saying the bomb like we don't got our family and all that stuff and all these different. And what you think? They're going to blow up just certain parts of the country and then leave your dumb ass to talk and laugh on it like this shit is funny? And sweetheart, he won the majority vote, bro. Get over it. You should have voted. It sound like you ain't vote.
Texas.
Oh, double it.
You know, those low-life losers mentioned my home state of Arkansas twice. That's a declaration of war where I come from. And let's see another unhinged lefty who somehow deluded herself into thinking she's morally superior because she doesn't believe in law and order. She doesn't believe in borders. She's happy to see the return of the human trafficking trade at the US's southern border because apparently it's what Jesus wanted.
Don't come on my page and say that people should be in this country legally. Don't do it.
Don't she look like the Grinch who stole Christmas? She look like the Grinch who stole Christmas. Look at her. If she was green, you can't tell me she wouldn't look like the Grinch who stole Christmas. Y'all know I'm right. Y'all gonna say I'm mean, but y'all know I'm right. She look like the Grinch who stole Christmas, bro. I'm gonna leave that shit there for a second, cause that's crazy. That's crazy. Can I screenshot this shit? Let me see something. I'll come back to it. That's the Grinch who stole Christmas. The place with the big, large flagpole, or the place with all the pink buildings. I don't know what you're talking about.
This is ridiculous. It's inhumane. You are a human being. Don't you dare use Jesus' name or God's name in this and say that this is what he would want and pretend to be a Christian because you're not. This is pure evil. You are scum of the earth. These are people. These are mothers. These are fathers. These are human beings. And all you care about is where they are geographically. Shame on you. Do better. Be better.
Now, this is one way to deal with a lefty losing it.
And tell me why I'm going to get tased, sir. No, I'm not.
He be having some heart, bro. He be having some heart.
No.
Why did she get up? You knew she was going to get zapped again as soon as she got up. Now, it doesn't get much sillier than this. This is Sex and the City star Cynthia Nixon campaigning for a radical socialist. Is there a more dim-witted profession than acting? This is just intellectually barren.
It is election day. I'm on my way to vote. I don't know that I have ever been more excited to vote for anyone than I am to vote for Zohran Mamdani.
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start with another celebrity who is determined to trash their own reputation. This one appears to have no qualms about his legacy being damaged with his ignorant, harebrained hate and vitriol. Here is Bruce Springsteen launching into a boring anti-Trump diatribe to an audience who would rather he just sang some of his classic songs.
They're removing residents off American streets and without due process of law are deporting them to foreign detention centers and prisons. This is all happening now. The majority of our elected representatives have failed to protect the American people from the abuses of an unfit president and a rogue government.
He
He's just
wasn't
trying to
done
get his
yet,
money,
though.
man. You can't
The
get mad.
audience seemed to be thoroughly fed up. You can tell that by the scant applause.
The America that I've sung to you about for 50 years is real. And
He
regardless
got 2
of its
claps.
faults, is a great country with great people. So we'll survive this moment.
Look, we can't talk about Bruce Springsteen without featuring his great work during the election campaign, where he appeared at Kamala rallies to belt out the classics.
I'm like Joy Reid for shit.
They'll be carving you up all right. Say you gotta stay hungry. Well, I'm just about starving tonight.
Oh dear.
Little world falling apart.
To Capitol Hill now. Overnight, Republicans released their full bill containing tax and spending cuts that could impact millions of Americans. In a post tonight, Elon Musk says it will destroy U.S. jobs and cause strategic harm. Nicole Killian has the latest.
A rare Saturday session in the Senate.
We have before us today a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver legislation to create a safer, stronger, and more prosperous America.
Senate Republicans are trying to pull a fast one on the American people.
Lawmakers work through their holiday recess, racing to meet a July 4th deadline to advance President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. The president stayed in town, too, golfing with senators, urging them to tee it up.
It can go longer, but we'd like to get it done.
Overnight, Senate Republicans released the 900-plus page bill, which includes more funding for the president's top priorities, including border security, defense, and an extension of his 2017 tax cuts. But it comes with deep spending cuts to food assistance and Medicaid, including a projected $930 billion reduction, according to the Congressional Budget Office.
What they're trying to do to cut back on these health care programs and health insurance for 16 million Americans to pay for tax breaks for wealthy people.
Even some Republicans have threatened to oppose the package, citing concerns about the potential impact to rural hospitals. But others say it's time to act.
Are we ready to put our pens down and move forward?
To address some GOP concerns, the bill now includes a $25 billion rural hospital fund. It also rolls back clean energy tax credits from the Biden era, angering Democrats. In fact, they're hoping to slow this vote down by demanding that the entire bill be read on the Senate floor, which could take up to 15 hours. Nicole Killian, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Jake Paul won? That's crazy.
Hello, everyone.
I didn't even know Jake Paul was fighting, but he obviously won tonight.
I'm Jason Chaffetz, along with Molly Line, Madison Allworth, and David Webb, and welcome to the Big Weekend Show. The big story tonight, senators are on Capitol Hill tonight waiting to vote on a motion to debate President Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. Before the Senate can officially vote on the bill, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is forcing the Senate clerk to read the entire bill on the floor. The White House is warning Senate Republicans that failure to...
He want them to read 900 and something pages. They're going to be here from now to next week.
...pass the bill would be, quote, ultimate betrayal. Trump is hoping to have the budget bill on his desk by July 4th. And Senator Mike Rounds, he thinks they can hit the deadline.
I think the motion to proceed should be successful. I believe that we have the votes. Most of the members will always kind of share with leadership what their plan is. And right now I think it's going to be really tight, but I think we'll move to the bill.
That motion to proceed should be the easy part. The deadline may seem ambitious, but if Trump keeps up this week's winning streak, including an Israel-Iran ceasefire, a SCOTUS ruling keeping district courts out of his deportation business, and a near record high for the stock market, well, it just might happen. In fact, it should. But first, he has to convince Republican Senator holdouts to get in line and pass the bill. Here's what one of them had to say today.
We shouldn't take the Nancy Pelosi approach and pass this bill to find out what's in it. We need to know exactly what's in it. By the way, we need to have a debate. Do we really need that additional tax credit when we're 30?
I don't think the shit gonna pass, to tell the truth. I don't think it's gonna pass. So I think they're gonna have to like put a revision on it, but I don't think it's gonna pass.
$7 trillion in debt. Let's have that discussion. This is a big bill. This is an important bill. There's no need to rush it.
Important indeed. If passed, the bill would be the largest tax cut in history. Madeline Rivera is live at the White House with the latest on where things stand right now. Maddie.
Hey, Jason. The president decided to stay in D.C. this weekend to keep putting pressure on some of the GOP holdouts, and he has been speaking with Republican lawmakers. The president was in Virginia today golfing with Senators Lindsey Graham, Eric Schmidt, Rand Paul, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe. We should know that Graham and Schmidt are not some of the GOP holdouts. Paul, though, has said he is voting no on the bill unless Republicans remove the debt ceiling hike in the bill. Senator Tom Tillis also has a new statement out sharing why he's rejecting the bill. For now, he's taking issue with the Medicaid provisions. He says this will force the state to make painful decisions like eliminating Medicaid coverage for hundreds of thousands in the expansion population.
They need to revamp that shit and revamp TRICARE while they at it. Yeah, he threatened them motherfuckers. He told them they had till next weekend to get that, by the 4th of July to have it done. They need to revamp TRICARE. That's what they need to add to that shit. Fix the whole healthcare and education system. Definitely TRICARE. Just redo that whole shit, man.
And even reducing critical services for those in the traditional Medicaid population. Elon Musk is weighing in as well, saying the latest Senate draft bill will destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country. It is hard to overstate how crucial this moment is for the president's agenda. You laid it right there, Jason. This bill includes extension of the Trump tax cuts and more money for border security and defense spending. But the president is appearing to acknowledge the rocky road ahead. He now says July.
We ain't got nothing tangible fucking backing up our money. Y'all should have just fucking, let's just add some extra zeros, electronic and shit. That's why a lot of countries don't want to deal with us, because we ain't got no gold or silver or nothing backing it up.
4th is not a hard and fast deadline.
It's important. It's not the end all. It can go longer, but we'd like to get it done by that time, if possible. And look, we have a lot of very committed people, and they feel very strongly about subjects that you're not even thinking about that are important to
That's a fact.
Republicans.
US dollar
So
ain't
while the
fucking with
president
the
has
euro.
been speaking with GOP lawmakers, he has reportedly not begun the process of whipping individual votes. So certainly a lot to watch out for this weekend. Jason, back to you.
Maddie, thank you so much.
You got it.
As Republicans rush to pass the big, beautiful bill, the left continues to freak out over the president.
I wish they changed the fucking name. Call that shit just a regular bill, like Bill something, whatever the number is, but this big, beautiful shit. We gotta get that shit an official name.
Its economic plan and its success.
To sum up Trump's economic agenda, it's chaos and pain for the middle class and even more profits for the powerful.
The wealthy are going to get a giant tax cut. The middle class basically get nothing, about $500 a year, less than 1% of their income.
You can't get past how working class people are going to take it on the chin from this bill, and all for a bunch of billionaires who already have more money than they can count.
But working class Americans are loving Trump's plan.
It's like I'm getting all my money. I mean, when you tax my tips, it's almost like I'm not getting like 2 out of my 10 tips. So it's like I'm actually getting the money that I worked hard for.
Personally, it means saving several $1,000s. Tips are a huge part of what we bring in as drivers.
The no tax and overtime pay policy is a clear message of respect and support to our nation's.
No tax on overtime policy. They need to figure out why we got to be working these fucking 16, 17 hours in the military, man, at 12 on, 12 off. They need to fucking give us some extra after a certain amount of time we at work. Once we over 40 hours, it should be something. That's it. That's all our shit is worth to the euro. I know I still got some euros from deployment. Might have to go turn that in. I think you could turn it into the bank, right? Can I turn that shit in the Navy Federal? I'm gonna look it up.
law enforcement officers.
I got like 200-300 euros.
According to a new study from the Tax Foundation, the middle class is set to benefit the most from the legislation, and the economy is in great shape. U.S. stocks surged to a big finish, with the NASDAQ and S&P 500.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you that tip jobs ain't meant to be careers.
Hitting all-time highs and closing in on record territory. Gas prices are at a 4-year low as summer kicks into full gear. And inflation...
He said, how low? Because that's some... Now I got to call bullshit because I just went to get gas.
Record territory. Gas prices are at a 4-year low.
That's a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. Do he mean 4 years ago at this time? Because I was paying less for gas a couple of months ago, so I don't know what the hell he talking about. So I don't know. He just talking now. He up there, like say he pussy popping.
Oh, as summer kicks into full gear. And inflation has cooled since Trump took office. Things are only going to get better if the GOP can get the big, beautiful bill over the finish line, which would be the largest tax cut in history.
Yeah. That's how I feel about McDonald's. That's a stepping stone.
Obamacare and Medicare waste, fraud, and abuse. All right, Madison, you follow the markets closely. There's some I find just outright lies coming from the Democrats trying to categorize this on a bumper sticker and say, "Oh, it's going to be terrible."
I found outright lies coming from him, bro. I just was at the pump, bro. I got to put premium in that fucking truck. AI influences. This dude, I don't know. I don't like this dude either. One of these Knicks commentators. Oh shit.
So in a stunning development, CNN is now forced to admit that not only was the president right, but he's had one of the best months of his presidency. Also, huge update when it comes to the one big beautiful bill.
Do y'all agree that he had the best month of his pregnancy since he been the president?
That involved the vice president. We're going to show you what both sides are saying and then give you the bottom line.
Go sub to his channel. I like his shit. It's different.
But now the markets have rebounded and grown. The S&P 500, NASDAQ hit record highs just yesterday. And it's not just the stock market. Inflation, the great economic fear of recent times, seems to be tamed. The rate is now reported at 2.4%.
Yeah, that's why I had to switch off of them because they was killing me just now.
Down from a high of 7% just 4 years ago. Meanwhile, blue-collar workers have seen real wage growth of 1.7% in Trump's first 5 months. This is the largest such increase in nearly 3 generations. Notwithstanding its impact on our national debt, there's also hope among some that Trump's big, beautiful bill will give further financial relief to blue-collar workers, as well as create incentives to build more factories in the U.S. Some already see this happening. For instance, General Electric has just announced that it'll invest almost $500 million in moving production of washing machines from China to Kentucky. And then there's the border. Crossings have slowed to a trickle. According to CBP's May update, Southwest border encounters have fallen to about 282 a day, a drop of 93% from last year and the lowest since the early 1960s.
And in fact, he's had so much success that now economists are saying that he outsmarted them when it came to tariffs. So in short, what does that mean? Trump was right again. And we're going to look at ground news to show you how the media is reacting to this news, because it is a big deal, and how you should feel about it all. So if you guys want to follow along, just go to ground.news/Tavori. So as I told you guys, top economists admitted that Trump may have outsmarted everyone on tariffs, but here's what you need to know. Only one side of the political spectrum is talking about this, and guess who that is? That is the right, which is why, according to Ground News, 81% of the coverage on this story is from sources that lean right and only 19% lean left. So what does that mean for you? It means that if you don't do your research, you don't see what they're talking about or refusing to talk about, you're not going to have the full picture to make up your own mind and come to your own conclusion. Now, Now, before we go any further, let's hear more from Smerconish as he continues to rattle off accomplishments from President Trump. Take a listen.
Michael is right. Since Donald Trump has become president, this second term, America and Americans are safer and they're more prosperous. As Michael points out, the border's been secured. Real wages are going up. Inflation is down. Michael, you didn't talk about the U.S. Steel deal in Pittsburgh, where Nippon and U.S. Steel came to an agreement where the U.S. U.S. steel industry is going to have a huge shot in the arm from Nippon. The headquarters are going to remain in Pittsburgh, and U.S. steel manufacturers have become more robust. There are so many.
Oh man, I gotta figure out how to pin comments because I like that one. That's God Emperor Trump to you. No, that's the big beautiful God Emperor Trump to you, man. Nobody ever Trump like Trump before. Not in the history of Trump.
You didn't talk about the conflict between Pakistan and India, which Trump helped to wind down and mediate to the extent that the Pakistanis nominated him for a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And the successes so far this president has achieved are incredibly consequential, perhaps the most consequential since FDR, a president. I know Biden talked about how he was doing all these great things. I think they pale in comparison to what Trump has accomplished in the first 5 months. And I think history recorded such. Even if you don't like the guy, you got to give him his props, like you said, Michael.
Which is why we use ground news, because we want to see the full picture. You should want to see the full picture. I get things wrong on this show all the time. I'm sure you guys never forget to remind me, and I don't mind it, by the way, because that means
I'm gonna go to ground news and see how much that shit costs, because that shit probably costs a little arm and a leg, man. You know what I mean? He gonna have to give me his logo and talk about a discount code.
is that you're thinking for
Let me check it
yourself, okay? Now, if you want to get better at it, use a tool like ground news to help you see what both sides are saying, or in this situation, what only one side is saying. So if you want to use this tool for yourself, all you have to do is go to ground.news/Devori, or you could download the mobile app. Just use promo code Devori, and it's going to give you access to everything that I showed you in this video, including 40% off the Vantage plan.
Scott offered one explanation for the highs in the stock market. There are other explanations. Here's one from Jason Furman, an economist.
See everything but a price.
The macroeconomy is doing decently. He said, especially when it comes to tariffs, the market is now more confident that Trump will back off if necessary. He added, in April, I think the fear was that he would just plow ahead no matter what. Now there is a sense that there are realities that he won't try to blow past.
Exactly.
It's hard to argue, Scott, that that's not accurate when just this week, today, they're saying, oh, that 90-day deadline, we're just going to push it back out another 90 days. So the market's basically saying, oh, okay, they're just going to push it back.
Well, whatever it takes to say Donald Trump is wrong, I guess that's what people will do.
Well, no,
even today.
But genuinely, maybe you could argue that this is a negotiating tactic that is working fine. But the truth is, Trump is in fact backing down, and the markets have calmed because of that.
Yeah, he's doing what he thinks he needs to do with individual situations, and look also what's happening with individual companies. We had reshoring announcements this week. General Electric in my home state of Kentucky decided to reshore a bunch of jobs. The CEO of General Electric said the current policy environment is why we're doing it. So they're bringing a whole bunch of jobs from overseas back to the United States. You have announcement after announcement after announcement on top of these great gains in the market. Maybe sometimes the answer is, hey, maybe it's working. Maybe it's working.
As I stated earlier, it's clear that Abby Phillip does not see things in the same way that Michael Smerconish, who's on the same network, sees it. And that's just unfortunate, which led to what President Trump had to say about her last night. Where does CNN get its talent? Just watch someone named Abby Phillip lecture her audience on tariffs and the economy, which is doing record business. She has absolutely no idea what she is talking about.
Man, when everybody thought they was going to get rich off of Doge, remember that shit, bro? Like 2025? Remember in 2021? I remember y'all was out there thinking y'all was going to get rich off of Doge, bro. I remember that shit. I ain't forget.
Strictly third rate. Fortunately, the audience has long ago left CNN, and it will only get worse. Losers all. So let's make sure you guys understand exactly what the story is and why it's important that you recognize it. Number one, President Trump clearly has had the best month so far of his presidency, but not in his own self-interest, in America's best interest. And while he's made these decisions that most people don't even understand to begin with, which has led to heavy criticism from even people who voted for him, but in the end, he was proven to be right. That takes a certain type of leader. Democrats the entire time have been continuing to make the same mistake over and over and over again. And that is what, ladies and gentlemen? They offer no solutions, no alternatives. They have not proposed any clear plan on what they want to do differently in this country. It's all political theater on their behalf. And to double down on my point, listen to this newest update as pertains to the one big beautiful bill where President Trump is standing by in case the Senate is able to get this bill passed in their chamber and sent over to the House. Take a listen.
Hey, Jason. The president decided to stay in D.C. this weekend to keep putting pressure on some of the GOP holdouts, and he has been speaking with Republican lawmakers. The president was in Virginia today golfing with Senators Lindsey Graham, Eric Schmidt, Rand Paul, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe. We should know that Graham and Schmidt are not some of the GOP holdouts. Paul, though, has said he is voting no on the bill unless Republicans remove the debt ceiling hike in the bill. Senator Thom Tillis also has a new statement out sharing why he's rejecting the bill. For now, he's taking issue with the Medicaid provisions. He says this will force the state to make painful decisions like eliminating Medicaid coverage for hundreds of thousands in the expansion population and even reducing critical services for those in the traditional Medicaid population. Elon Musk is weighing in as well, saying the latest Senate draft bill will destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country.
Yeah, so given this information, this update, what do you need to know at this point? The Senate currently is voting. It is a tie, and the vice president has to show up to break the tie so that they can move this bill forward to the debate phase, okay?
Yeah,
so they'll start debating on this bill. They'll probably go on for 10 hours. And by the way, Chuck Schumer wants every single word of this bill read out loud. Now, some people disagree with this and say that he's playing procedural tricks. I would argue this is exactly what should be required from Congress. Whenever they're going to pass a piece of legislation, they should read the entire bill for the record so people know exactly.
But I ain't gonna lie, none of these bills should be no goddamn 900 pages. Make separate bills, bro. It shouldn't be nothing over, let's say at the most, 50 pages. Man, that ain't a bill, that's a book.
Exactly what they are voting on.
The
problem with Congress today is you keep hearing it for yourself is what? Hey, I haven't read the bill. I don't know what's in the bill. How do you not know what's in the bill when it's your main responsibility to pass laws in this country? I just don't get it. Now, here is another update from Lindsey Graham and other Republicans on what they think about this bill. Take a listen.
What do you think voters say when they look at the process here that's being employed to push this through and it'll be voted on and people haven't even got a chance to review it?
I don't remember the voters saying anything about Obamacare. I mean,
you guys did.
Well, the process of reconciliation is a one-party exercise. We've spent hours and days and weeks and months talking about this among ourselves. We shared it with our constituents.
I've never discussed things so many times as we've discussed the exact same thing. The final text is not out, but we know where we are going directionally.
Well, it's clear to me that the voters did say a lot about Obamacare. So that's a disconnect from Lindsey Graham. And quite frankly, we're at a time now where voters are super aware. Okay, they may not understand everything about the process, but they're not also naive either. And that's why we're heavily critical of Congress.
The devil's in the detail.
I support President Trump's agenda. I just don't trust people in Congress to get it done. That's the difference here. And that clip right there shows you why I don't trust them. They don't even read the bill. The bill is not even published publicly for people to review it. And now you need the vice president to come in and actually be the tie-breaking vote to move this bill forward.
That shit, we gonna be like,
there's
goddamn
issues in
Terminator,
Congress,
AI gonna take
no
over.
question. Now, I would say that level of criticism is definitely directed at the GOP. But let's not forget about Democrats, okay? Because they are pathetic as usual. Here's one of them wanting the vice president to get a flat tire on his way to casting the tie-breaking vote. Take a listen.
Thom Tillis and Senator Ron Johnson all are voting no on this procedural vote. Are you hearing anything about the vice president coming to the Hill?
Well, that's what I'm hearing. I'm kind of hoping he gets a flat tire, but that's what we're hearing. It looks like he'll be the tiebreaker.
A few moments later.
Somebody in the chat last week said J.D. Vance looked like a vampire returned from the dead, and I'm seeing it every time I look at him.
Are you still confident the bill will pass?
Well, according to that clip of J.D. Vance, the vice president, arriving on Capitol Hill safe and sound, it seems to me that Democrat needs to eat his words. Now, the expectation with the vice president, he'll cast his tie-breaking vote, and that will advance the bill forward for people to start debating on it. And then that is what leads it to the official vote sooner or later. Now, let's go to our next story because this is more reaction coming from the Supreme Court ruling. And the reason why I want to show it to you, because now we have Democrats even acknowledging that the Supreme Court got it right, and none other than a reporter for the New York Times. Take a look.
Nonetheless, I hate to say it,
look
I think
like
the
a
court
fucking
decided
like he was on
rightly
True
the national
Blood.
injunctions. I remember back in the Biden administration, there was a judge in Amarillo, Texas, who decided to ban an abortion pill.
They got groups
And I thought it was
full of
just
them,
crazy
running glasses.
that
They
a
got
single judge
also
can set
blind
national
people
policy
using medical
on a fraud issue that should be settled by democracy. And Democrats were rightly outraged. Now, I am all in favor of judges stopping what the Trump administration is doing, but you got to be consistent for both parties. And I think if people want to challenge what the Trump administration is doing, or any administration, they can file class action lawsuits. But we should not have this shopping where liberals go to a Northern California liberal judge, conservatives go to an Amarillo, Texas judge, and they can set national policy through one person. That just doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, and the reason why I show that clip is because I want to give credit where credit is due. I want to show you guys both sides. I want you guys to see how sometimes there are people who do not support Trump that are willing to tell the truth. But most of the time, that is not the case. In fact, most of the time, they sound like this.
Like,
Walk
Chief
me
White,
through why you see this
talk to you for a
ruling as
second?
deeply dangerous, not for people who are birthright citizens, but much more broadly for every American.
Imagine Donald Trump wants to do something illegal to you, Ali Velshi. Imagine that he wants to murder you. Imagine that he and Stephen Miller release an entire policy explaining about how they can murder Canadian journalists who are working in America.
You know, they get weirdos that look like this shit that be pushing this dumb extreme shit, right? I don't trust you already know my motto. I don't trust no black man without a mustache.
Because they're taking the jobs from real American journalists, right? So he's going to murder you. So you, Ali Velshi, you go to court. You go to court in the Southern District of New York and you say, like, I don't think this murder thing is constitutional. It's clearly illegal. It's clearly constitutional. Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and Stephen Miller shouldn't be able to have a plan to murder me. And the court says, you're right, Ali Velshi. There's no way Donald Trump is allowed to murder you. We're going to have an injunction. We're going to stay the executive order saying that he's going to murder Canadian journalists. And so you're like, great, awesome. And you go home. And then Pat Kiernan shows up and he's like, what about me? I'm also a Canadian. Ashley Banfield shows up. I'm also a Canadian. What about me? And the court's, well, I can't help you because Ali Velshi is the one who sued.
It's just unfortunate someone with his level of education didn't take the advice of David Brooks from the New York Times. Clearly, the solution is class action lawsuits. But more importantly, which is why I wanted to bring up this entire story, the solution is in Congress. If they don't want district court judges issuing nationwide injunction, which branch has the authority to do something about it explicitly? It's Congress. And unfortunate, they haven't done anything about it. So what I find interesting from people like him and Democrats who continue to cry about President Trump and his agenda, why are you not pressuring your congressional leaders to at least put a bill on the floor to have a vote? Even if it fails, at least you could say, we offered a plan. They haven't done it.
Dan, critics are saying this unleashes an imperial executive branch, particularly with Donald Trump in the presidency. What do you think?
I think there is a good answer to that, which is pretty much what Alicia was just suggesting, and the court is indeed, which is that the responsibility for clarity lies on the Congress of the United States, that they cannot overstep the authority of the Congress. The conservative majority, especially Justice Gorsuch, have made this point repeatedly in past cases. If there is unclarity, if there are disagreements, it is up to the people's elected representatives in Congress to make clear what they want and what they don't want, rather than simply allowing private plaintiffs to run to a federal court to get a decision that affects the entire country.
And then that affects the, essentially overrules what the executive branch has decided.
So at this point, I think it's abundantly clear that nationwide injunctions from lower district court judges does not work, okay? But what does work? Well, this is why I hope that this topic has been educational for you, because what works comes down to Congress. One solution we've heard is where Congress creates 3 judges to sit on a panel where they rule on nationwide injunctions. Yes, there would be a legal process for it to even get to that point, and yes, there would be an appeal process after the ruling. The fact of the matter is Congress could do something if they truly wanted to. So the question is, especially for the GOP, why haven't they done anything? Why haven't they at least appeared to show that they wanted to do something?
You got to think the smart way is not to change it. That when they get the people that they want in office in later, they got the power to do the same things they've been doing. Come on now. We know how it go. It's designed to let us at the bottom argue while those at the top pop champagne and laugh at us.
That's the other thing.
And play golf together, bro.
That I find to be interesting. It's not like they're super busy. I mean, yes, they're occupied with the one big, beautiful bill, but let's get real. They've had more than enough time to address this issue, and they haven't done it. And now I want you guys to address what we discussed in this video. Let's start with the obvious. President Trump did have a successful month. I'm sure you'd agree with that. Why don't you explain to people who are watching in the comment section why he's been so successful? What do you think is the key to his success? I'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts are about that. But more importantly, what is your reaction to Congress and how incompetent the GOP really is? I mean, in regards to these nationwide injunctions, it took the Supreme Court to do something about it, even though it should have been Congress the entire time. And the one big, beautiful bill, don't hold your breath. We're still waiting to see exactly what takes place over this weekend. So give me your thoughts and what you think about all this in the comment section below. Now, there is a person who hasn't had a great month, and that is Governor Gavin Newsom. He's becoming so obsessed to the point he's now suing Fox News for defamation. If you miss out on that story and others from yesterday, all you have to do is click on that video because it's coming up right now.
I don't know. They said that Puff Daddy closing arguments was
During the commercial break, seconds before my editorial last week, James checked his phone and said, "Holy moly," or words to that effect, "Trump's just bombed Iran." Clearly, Donald Trump, a keen viewer of this show, I suspect, ensured that Operation Midnight Hammer was timed perfectly for outsiders viewers to enjoy. But I mentioned this fact only because so many other so-called conservative commentators here and in America were preaching the exact opposite, demanding Trump not bomb Iran for fear of starting World War III. Tucker Carlson, along with Glenn Greenwald and others, were adamant that Trump attacking Iran would be a betrayal of the MAGA movement, or some such nonsense. Back in March, Tucker Carlson tweeted, quote, "It's worth pointing out that a strike on Iranian nuclear bases will almost certainly result in thousands of American deaths," end of quote. Then in April, Tucker Carlson was insisting not only that thousands of Americans would die, but that America would lose the war. Quote, "Anyone advocating for conflict with Iran is not an ally of America, but an enemy," Tucker insisted. So that'll be me then. Thanks, Tucker. Carlson also insisted people like me were neocons and that war with Iran would, quote, "end Trump's presidency," quote, "collapse the US economy," and thousands of Americans would die within the first week. Well, precisely none of any of those dire predictions occurred. In fact, the opposite has occurred. Here we are, 1 week after the bombs fell. Not a single American has died. The US economy is literally booming. There is a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. There is every possibility that the regime, as we were just talking about, may crumble from within. And of course, Donald Trump is more popular than ever. So much so that one wag this week was calling for a third Trump term in 2028.
Illegal crossings in the border are...
I'm not with that. We got the 22nd Amendment for a reason.
Zero now.
Zero. Does everyone hear that? Zero.
Trump 2028. Do you accept President Trump?
Who's that guy? I like him. He's working the cameras.
Tucker Carlson was by no means alone, and as I have repeatedly pointed out, we have, what's the collective noun for conservative Trump haters? A murder of Trump haters? A Biden of TDS, that'll do. We have a Biden of TDS sufferers in this country, and I get so fed up with hearing so-called conservative commentators and politicians endlessly sneering or patronising Donald Trump, when in reality, Donald Trump is increasingly looking like the greatest politician of our lifetimes, and now easily belongs up there with Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. But Iran was by no means the only Trump victory this past week. Trump promised during his election campaign that there would be so much winning that Trump supporters would get tired of all the winning. And this week was probably the most significant and astonishing of his presidency, but we certainly ain't tired of it. Winning on a scale no president has ever achieved.
This is a clear statement by the justice system to protect the community from monsters like this.
Massive wins in the Supreme Court. One for Donald Trump. One which has killed off that leftist lawfare, which was being used to stymie so much of Trump's agenda. That's gone. Another victory in the Supreme Court, giving power back to parents, very important this, to say no to the LGBT propaganda in schools, so they can say no to that. That's great. And a third Supreme Court victory granting permission to send illegal immigrants to third-party countries. On top of which, the China trade deal, whoa, which would have been the biggest news of the week, but so much else happened. That's been signed. Several food giants are joining the growing list, removing artificial dyes from their food products. This is part of the whole MAHA movement. Social Security handouts saw the largest monthly decline ever after attempts to end waste, fraud and abuse. That was the whole Doge thing. So that's all working. That's another victory. The Pentagon has begun reinstating service members wrongfully discharged for refusing the COVID vaccine. Hallelujah. Another victory. But all that was just for starters. Incredibly, Donald Trump also brought an end to the war between Rwanda and the Congo this week. A war.
This boy got a man crush on Trump, boy. He got a man crush on him. He love him. He done did everything besides bring Jesus back. They said, why do you keep coming across these social media posts with a person pointing to a sculpture in the Bible and say all men are biased? Yeah, I don't agree with that. I told you, Ashley, I give it to you. She stuck to her guns that whole time about that shit, and she didn't get it. But one thing I could say about her is she don't agree with no vaccines. And I was just reading, I can't think of her name. It was one of the CSs that worked with us. She took the vaccine, and that shit gave her Verlago. I don't know if you've seen that shit on Facebook. I didn't get to read her whole shit, but she had a bad reaction to it, and she got the patches and shit, and she ain't had that shit when we was on the ship with her. So it's a couple of people I know that got fucked up on that shit. I got that shit, all three of them shits. I know motherfuckers who pretend like they got that shit, caught COVID. I never caught COVID.
Which has lasted 30 years and cost millions of lives.
Because it's the signing of a peace agreement between Congo and Rwanda to end a conflict that has been going on for 30 years. And there has been many mediation, facilitation in the past, but none of them succeeded. And we believe that it's because of your leadership and your steadfast commitment to this process, with also a new approach of economic integration, regional economic integration.
And on top of which, although that Biden of TDS sufferers have been sneering for months at Donald Trump's tariff strategy, saying, it's economically illiterate, he doesn't know what he's doing, yada, yada, yada. So far, at least, and in keeping with their analysis of everything Trump does,
and then again,
the sneerers got it again completely wrong.
Women wearing makeup and shit all the time.
I got a call the other day from the people in Congress because we're doing our bill. I didn't even tell you this, Mike, and they called. They said, there's something wrong with the numbers, sir. I said, what's wrong? I don't know. They're not balancing out. There's something really wrong. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, we don't know. I said, what's the problem? We're taking in much more money than we have scheduled. I said, so far that sounds good. They said, how much is it? About $80 billion. I said, do me a favor, check the tariff line. They called me back an hour later. Sir, we've taken in $88 billion in tariffs. Isn't that a beautiful thing? $88 billion.
That quick.
But wait, there's more. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ hit record highs this week. And as Trump also pointed out, record investment and manufacturing is returning to American shores. Those jobs are all coming back.
Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and says your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. What is your message?
I love this. I love this question. This is the favorite. This is the best question I've ever been asked because I've been going through abuse for years on this.
What is your message to critics who think your tariff plan will cause a recession?
I think they should go back to business school.
We also have the news this week in America that there have been zero crossings of illegal immigrants into the USA. Let that sink in. The lefties all said that stemming the flow of asylum seekers, it's simply not possible.
Maybe she took that shit.
Trump's done it.
So
in light of these incredible successes and wins that are the opposite of what they all predicted, do these Trump critics in the media, especially the so-called conservative ones, ever admit they got it wrong? Oh, of course not. Does Trump care? Of course not.
Now that your administration, and congratulations, has secured peace in Africa to a bloody, horrific war that's gone on for decades and no other president could do it, do you think the mainstream media will finally...
I'm telling you. But you're right. No other president could do it. They tried and they didn't even try, I don't think. I actually don't think they tried. Do you think Biden tried? He didn't know he was alive.
But to be fair, and I always do try to be fair, there are some journalists who are waking up to the fact that they might have underestimated Donald Trump. I was pleased to see Greg Sheridan in the Weekend Australian struggling to overcome what I've labelled in the past as default TDS.
He had the biggest, greatest month of his presidential career. I wonder if they're going to pass that bill and how it's really going to affect us, because 900 pages is crazy. That's
Praising Donald Trump's NATO success, yet another major triumph this week that Trump managed to squeeze into.
Yeah, he did tell them they need to pay more money into that shit. Yeah, he do got to get off his junk. That's why I'm cutting it off. I'm tired of hearing him glizzying him. Bernie Sanders be funny shit too. Bernie Sanders and Joe Rogan. He's losing it. We could do that tomorrow. Iran talking crazy. Oh.
Chris Cuomo is an extremist, okay? He's a pro-Israel, pro-genocide extremist.
Damn,
I think he's a problem in the country.
There is a real enemy that matters so much more than every other contrivance. It hates both sides. It is coming for all of us. I realized it was time for a wake-up call when AOC, the member of Congress from New York, was hapless enough to call for impeaching Trump again, this time for doing something that led to a ceasefire.
Well, I do not echo what Chris Cuomo likes to echo there, which is this idea that AOC is an extremist, adding to extremism in America. Now, that extremism, according to Cuomo, has manifested in AOC's popularity within the Democratic Party. He also mentions, luckily, right-wing nationalism. He thinks that the pro-Palestinian movement is extremist. He thinks the tragic killing of 2 Israeli embassy staff members is the result of extremism in the country. He also mentioned the assassination of Brian Thompson. So look, there is extremism in the country that leads to people carrying out violent acts. And I am not in any way justifying those violent acts or co-signing onto that extremism. But I do want to break down more of what Cuomo had to say here, because he began this lengthy segment by criticizing AOC for pushing impeachment against Trump, which he believes was just intended to get attention. And then after he criticized AOC's record as a lawmaker, he then stated that Americans need to worry about extremism.
I don't know about her being all that, but she do a lot of shit just for attention, though. And she do be just talking out her ass.
Represented by white nationalists and, of course, pro-Palestinian student protesters. Here's the clip.
Our worry is not just about brown guys with beards screaming about Allah. Extremism has taken root among our own people, many of whom are brown with beards, by the way. It's not about how you look, it's about how you think, okay? Especially among our young people. We see them on both fringes. The number one terror threat domestically for years has been, and you're probably thinking Muslims, wrong. Right-wing white nationalism. Now it has an equal opposite on the left with this perverse affinity for fundamentalists like Hamas. Globalize the Intifada. We hear alleged Democrats questioning Israel's right to exist, saying the regime in Iran is a victim.
Okay, I'm getting real tired of the intentional lie that people who want Palestinians to live, to have the right to self-determination, to have their own state where they're governed without Israel controlling their water, their food, their everything, without settlers invading their homes, forcing them out of their homes. People who protest on behalf of Palestinians are not by default protesting in favor of terrorist groups, including Hamas. So what Chris Cuomo does, and it's intentional. I don't think he's doing it by accident. I don't think he's dumb. I think he's doing it intentionally. He's intentionally defaming the vast majority of protesters who look at what's happening on the ground in Gaza and they're disgusted by it. Rightly so, because it is a genocide. Okay, you hear politicians in Israel's parliament flat out saying, we're gonna do whatever we want to the Palestinians and no one's even gonna care. And you know what? Sadly, in this country, it feels like those in positions of power don't really care. And so to hear Chris Cuomo fearmonger about the people who have enough of a heart to care about victims of Israel's genocide, it just absolutely disgusts me. Like I don't know why he's so obsessed with providing cover for Israel's bad acts, for their genocide, for their war crimes, but he does it all the time. And honestly, quite frankly, I'm sick of it. I shouldn't have to do endless throat clearing about how I do not agree with Hamas. I don't support Hamas. I thought Hamas's atrocities on October 7th were disgusting and that civilians must be protected at any and all costs. I don't need to do that constantly to bring up the fact that I believe Palestinians should also be protected, that Palestinians also have a right to live. This freaking clown, I can't, go ahead, Jake, go ahead. Yeah. I can't stand him. Honestly, on this issue, specifically the defamation toward protesters disgusts me.
Yeah, so I have a theory as to why he's doing that. I'll get to that in a second. So look, yeah, well, we'll see. So number one, did he have some parts in there in that long spiel that were correct? Sure, as Anna pointed out, he rightly calls out the radical left. Not really rightly, because I call out the radical left, but the way that he did is problematic, which I'll explain in a second. And the radical right, though, and he does say, hey, actually the number one source of terrorism domestically, as you just saw, there's white nationalists. So it's not, just to be fair, he does also call out the radical right. Okay, now, but when he gets to criticism of the radical left, if he said, hey, on culture wars, and he mentioned transports and a couple other, identity politics stuff, okay, fine. We can have a normal, rational debate about that, or we can get into histrionics or whatever it might be. But okay, that's at least something that we're familiar with and a real topic of debate as to whether going maximalist is the right direction or not, et cetera. But
there's no equivalency. There's no equivalency. Putting those two groups in the same argument makes no sense. Okay, the transports thing, even if I think there's actually a sound argument when it comes to the critics, that is not the same or even close to equivalent to white nationalism or right-wing extremism. Are you kidding me right now?
No, I hear you, Anna. Absolutely, I'm glad you clarified that. But he then does talk about Mangione, and someone on the left did celebrate him, right? And guys, whenever we say someone on the right or someone on the left, it literally means someone. It doesn't mean all of the left, it doesn't mean all of the right, okay? And then there was those idiots who, the guy who shot the Israeli staffers, et cetera. So unfortunately, there has now been violence on both sides. Yes, the majority of the violence is from the radical right. If you're from the right and you're catching feelings over that, go look at the facts, the statistics, and what the FBI says. If you want to say, oh, deep state, I don't believe anything, okay, well, then we're never gonna convince you anyway, because you don't care about facts. Okay, so those are the relatively okay, fine parts, right? But when you get into what the radical left is, in his mind, that's where he conflates things massively, right? So first of all, on AOC, well, you gotta separate out the policies that are economic in nature and non-economic in nature. If you say, hey, some of AOC's positions in the past, like abolish ICE, doesn't poll that well, which is a point that Cuomo made, that's true, right? But you're then throwing in all of our economic policies in the same bucket, but the economic policies are actually.
Dang, these two be on a roll, man. They be extraordinary all the time. Everything is just so doom and gloom, and the right did this all the time.
Super popular.
Yeah, it's by design.
Exactly, Anna. And that is why I separate out the radical left culture war issues from the economic policies, because the economic policies are enormously popular. And what Chris Cuomo in this case, and almost all of the establishment media wants to do is, they want to confuse you into thinking they're all unpopular.
Exactly, Rubik's Cube. That's exactly what they are. Intellectually, Yeah, true grifters, all of them, bro. Bro, dishonest, and they just use big fancy words to try to disarm you to think that they telling the truth.
So they go, oh, okay, transports, and that's why nobody wants Medicare for all. That's not true. Medicare for all polls at over 70%. And so paid family leaves at 84%. What's radical about that? And Bernie Sanders, AOC, Mamdani, et cetera, are all in favor of that. Their economic proposals are enormously popular, and honestly, mainstream media never, ever, ever admits that because they want us to fight on culture wars and not focus on looking up, okay? Because the donor class wants to make sure that you don't do those super popular economic policies that are gonna help you. They only want economic policies that help themselves. And then the last part of it that he throws in is what Anna's irate about, and me too. I watched the whole segment, and the whole like, oh, Iran is coming, and oh my God, the protesters are pro-Hamas, Iran, Palestinians, terrorists, be afraid. I mean, and it's so ironic because in the beginning he's like, we shouldn't give in to fear mongering, and then like 60% of the segment was massive fear mongering about, let's be honest, Muslims. He said, hey, it's not about Muslims, and then he talked about nonstop Muslims. And hey,
let's
Chris,
talk about extremism.
Yeah.
No, let me jump in. Let me talk about extremism. Extremism is giving Americans no choice but to fund a genocide in Gaza. Okay? Extremism is seeing what's happening on the ground in Gaza and saying that's totally okay, but what's not okay is that there are young Americans who are upset by it and are practicing their First Amendment right by demonstrating against it. That's extremism. Chris Cuomo is an extremist, okay? He's a pro-Israel, pro-genocide extremist. I think he's a problem in the country, okay? He wants to talk about, oh, the left is extreme because of their stance on culture war issues. Are you freaking kidding me right now? Extremism is sitting idly by, or in the case of Chris Cuomo, loudly cheerleading a freaking genocide that is funded by American taxpayer money. That's extremism. Back to you, Cenk.
Yeah, so I agree. And so if he says he's worried about violence. Now, brother, let me get this right. He
can't even get a word, and he just like, okay, I agree. I agree. She hyped.
More worried about a chant on a college campus than you are about 56,000 dead in Gaza? Don't tell me that you're more concerned about the dead, because it's obvious that you're not. So you can catch all sorts of feelings about that, but I haven't seen you rant and rave about the 17,000 dead children. You want to talk about violence? Violence. The Israelis have been committing a genocide in front of all of our eyes. If you want to do cover for them and go, oh no, I am offended. And some people I know and my brother's donors are offended if you say something about Israel and our fifis are more important than 17,000 dead kids. That's a ridiculous point to make. No, what Israel's doing is 10,000, 10 million times worse than any chant or anything that happened on in a rally on a college campus. By the way, when pro-Israel people came onto UCLA's campus and beat the living crap out of the peace protesters, I didn't see News Nation or Chris Cuomo or mainstream media getting all upset and going, what the hell, these guys come in, start beating them with sticks and throwing explosives at them, etc. Oh no, it's Israel, right, come on. Keep it real, Chris, keep it real. Every day you do propaganda for Israel and you cover up 56,000 dead people. All of Gaza's destroyed, do you have eyes? You have eyes? Have you seen all of Gaza destroyed? And you're saying the people protesting that are the real problem. There's a danger in America. People protesting Israel. No, the danger is that we've given over $311 billion to Israel, a genocidal government that is continuing to slaughter. They killed 103 Palestinians yesterday because they kill hundreds of Palestinians every day. Every day. And if you protest it though, oh, you're the extremist. No, being pro-genocide is extreme. So I don't know why Chris loves and defends the genocide of Israel, but I see him doing it every day, okay? And so my best guess is that his brother's donors are all pro-Israel. So probably the circle that they know are like, oh yeah, isn't it terrible that they're trying to stop the genocide? I mean, we have a right to defend ourselves by slaughtering their women and children. We slaughtered over 35,000 women and children. That's a stadium full of dead women and children. But Chris, go out there and tell everybody that's not a big deal. Don't worry about it, don't worry. Somebody's protesting on a college campus, tell them that they're the real enemy within. And that you should really be super scared of anyone who dares to criticize beloved Israel. No, Israel's not beloved. It's a government, it's a government. And governments sometimes do terrible, terrible things. And that is what the Israeli government is doing. And that is obvious to everyone except all the mainstream media reporters and anchors who are like, oh, news in, slight chant, problem, giant problem, 56,000 dead, don't worry about it. Okay, yeah, we're in the news business.
Eat the juice. Have you seen Kanye's new song? Bro. What? Here's the thing. First of all, I get you. Well, that's the problem with it.
While Kanye West's anti-Semitic song, Heil Hitler, has been banned from major music streaming platforms, it does remain available on Elon Musk's X. That prompted Joe Rogan and comedian Tom Segura, who we showed you at the top.
I ain't gonna lie, X, you could find damn near anything on X, man. X is the wild, wild west. X is scary. What time is it? 2:56? I'm tired. EYT be starting to race bait too, man. Starting to notice that. Go to the news. Stephen A. Smith, screaming
Stephen
A.
A. Smith is here. He sees the problems with the two parties, and he's watching what's going on. And it's a great time to get his take. It's good to see you, my friend.
It's good to see you. How you doing, my man?
I'm troubled. I'm troubled. It seems like nothing can escape the binary battle to the bottom. Nobody can be a fair broker on anything. It's got to be advantage. And it looks like the Democrats believe the answer is to mirror MAGA and go straight populist, and the other side's the enemy. And I think you're seeing that about questioning the unknown with the bombing.
The only thing that I would challenge you on with that, Chris, is that you sound like it's something that's new. The Democrats were doing it when Biden was in office. Look at the extraordinary measures that they went through to try to ensure that Joe Biden win the election, or ultimately the Democrats win the election. Initially, they were chanting 4 more years for a man that was going to be 82 years of age come inauguration time. And then when they recognized that they weren't going to get away with that, they bypassed the democratic process to ensure that Kamala Harris was going to be the Democratic nominee. And now we're seeing
literally what I said in the beginning of the stream when they said that the Republicans was going to take away our democratic process and that it won't be no more elections. And then the Democrats did exactly what they claimed the other side was doing. They just gave us Kamala Harris. And when I say us, it don't matter if you're right, left, the American people. They gave us her as the nominee. And then they literally just bypassed a lot of the processes instead of doing it the correct way and fed us, a bunch of shit. They pissed on us and told us it was raining outside.
so many things and hearing so many things about they were engaging in when we know good and well they would have lost their minds if this was happening on the side of the GOP. So when you think about the accusations that they had levied against former President Trump at the time and the things that they were saying about him, his administration, members of the GOP in the House and the Senate that were in support of him and didn't speak out and weren't verbal enough and as vociferous as they could have been, just imagine what they would have said about it if it was the other way around. Think about some of the things that they said. So it's not new to me. It's not a surprise, but it's incredibly unfortunate, and I don't blame you for feeling the way that you feel. It does seem as if there's a level of extremism that has been more so adopted by the left in this day and age to match what they believe they were getting from MAGA. But here's the interesting part. Trump decides to bomb 3 nuclear sites in Iran, okay? And you have people that are conspicuous members of MAGA who spoke out against him, labeling themselves proud nationalist, isolationist, whatever you want to call it. It could be a Tucker Carlson. It could be a Steve Bannon, who both you and I have spoken to. It could be Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, amongst others. These are people that normally are staunch supporters of all things Trump, and they spoke out against him. Whereas folks on the left, they were finding their own reasons to obviously speak out against him and be very, very predictable because their attitude and their approach is to be all things and anything anti-Trump. Apparently, they believe that's what's going to keep them remaining in office.
I don't know if y'all noticed this, but in the last, I'll say, year, he been speaking a lot of political issues to the right. It don't even sound like he's on the left. He claimed he's an independent, but he be, dancing for the Democratic Party. But if you notice, a lot of his beliefs are conservative.
And elevate their level of power.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about there on the right. I actually think that's a huge miscalculation by, MTG, she's not really a player anyway. But the pod people,
okay,
the pod bros going bad on Trump is a huge miscalculation because they were nothing before him and they're going to be nothing after him. And they're just lucky he did not seem to worry enough about their criticism to crush them, because he could do what he does best, which is just start talking about them by name and how they're un-American or whatever he wants to call one of his critics. I only point out what I say about the left because I've never seen AOC lead before. I've never seen AOC lead on the heels of going around with Bernie talking openly about being socialists and socialism being the answer and calling for impeachment as like the lead factor from the left. That's new for her.
Well, two things. Number one, I don't want to be disrespectful to our representatives, whether they be in the House or the Senate. But the reality is you were right on the money in your opening monologue yesterday when you talked about how she's been in office for years, how Bernie Sanders has been in office for 20 years. They make suggestions. They speak very, very loudly. They're very, very popular. They go out there in television shows and beyond. But at the end of the day, what have they really, really done? The answer is there's but so much they can do. I certainly wouldn't accuse them of doing nothing because they don't care. I'm saying you've accomplished pretty close to nothing because you simply don't have that kind of cachet and that kind of power where all you can do is be a mouthpiece. That's basically it. Whereas you look at Trump and what you're saying about the folks on the mega right, I would challenge you on that, Chris. I get where you're coming from, and Trump can crush any politician. The world that we're living in, my brother, not when it comes to these podcasters, not when it comes to voices. When you think about Banning and the millions of followers that he may have, when you think about somebody like a Tucker Carlson, when you think about somebody that I just interviewed over a week ago, Candace Owens, she's got nearly 5 million followers, got nearly 5 million subscribers and millions on social media. Those voices ain't going away just because Trump criticizes them or tries to crush them, because you have folks that refuse to capitulate even to him when it comes to their voices being heard. And Trump can do a lot of things, and he can do a lot of damage to elected officials. But you know what the podcasters can do that Trump can't do? He might give folks a voice subliminally or indirectly because he echoes their sentiments and he has that kind of platform. But podcasters can literally give you a voice because they can put you on the microphone and let you speak to their audiences while they're talking directly back at you. And suddenly you find yourself like-minded and you're not going away. That's the world that we're living in. That's what's changed about today's world compared to what it once was. So I would give you a little pushback on that. But in the end, I would tell you this. This is why the GOP are sitting pretty right now. It's not just because of the power that they have in office with a president that won the popular vote, the electoral college vote in every swing state, and increased with black voters, young voters, Hispanic voters, etc. It's also because their voices are resonating better. If you look at a lot of voices on the GOP side, they're a lot more popular than the voices on the left. So the left is going to have to figure that out. They're going to have to gain or elevate in the realm of populism in order to ultimately resonate and really, really make a dent to the way and in the fashion that they're hoping to do so. If they don't pull that off on a national scale, if they don't pull that off, it's going to amount to nothing. They'll lose the midterms. They'll lose the general election in 2020.
I don't think they're going to win anything with that shit. I think they're going to gain a little bit of momentum, but I don't think it's going to pay off. That gamble ain't going to pay off.
28.
Magnified minorities dominate our politics now. You have 5-6 million people watching you. You know, you're not in great shape as a network television show, but as a podcast, you know, you're hegemonic. Right. What my point about Trump is, when he kicked Steve Bannon out and said he's crazy, the war room was getting no traction. When he took him back and made it okay for the MAGA people to say, yeah, I'm listening to Bannon, all of a sudden he became a premium commodity in that space. I'm just saying there's a price for fealty. There's an upside and there's a downside. So they have to be careful, but I am not discounting the power of the podcast. That's for sure.
But you also, I get you, but you also have to take into account that Trump assists in that matter because of the level of inconsistency from time to time. Once upon a time, he's campaigning, he's coming across as somebody that's nationalistic, that's not interested in engaging in wars or anything of the sort. Suddenly, that has changed. We think about him and what he said. He's talking about, you know, federal holidays and how people aren't working. What is the day that he chooses to echo that sentiment? It's on Juneteenth. By the way, in 2020, he was campaigning with the black community, talking about how how he wanted to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. So he's learning. I shouldn't say learning because he's pretty much mastered doing what's politically expedient. But in the process, what he's giving way to is the level of consistency he was once known for in terms of his verbiage with his followers and his constituents. He doesn't seem to be as consistent as he was before, which means one thing above all else. He's feeling himself because he's taking chances, he's doing things, he's leading the belief that it's working out, it's emboldening him. And then when you look at whether it's cabinet members, whether it's politicians on Capitol Hill or anybody else, I mean anybody that does anything for him, notice how no matter what they've accomplished, they must always take a few moments to pay homage to the president, to talk about how great he is, how wonderful he is, how marvelous he is. He is just this fabulous human being, the great leader that has been descended down upon us by God himself. God has touched his shoulder, and this is what is going on. This is what they're saying. This is what they're feeling. Look at Pete Hegseth. Look at the Defense Secretary of the United States. Listen to him talk when he was going off on the media. You guys just want to go after Trump. Excuse me. And then you try to shield yourself in any potential cynicism or criticism, whether it be towards you, towards Trump, or anybody else, by using our American soldiers, knowing that no decent, God-fearing American in this country would ever dare speak against our soldiers who put their lives on the line for us. And because we're questioning you and how effective you were, you want to hide behind the military. This is the kind of stuff that goes on. And even in the midst of all of
allegedly, that's your opinion. That's your personal opinion. You had the right to that.
He still made sure, let's praise Donald Trump, our modern day godlike figure. This is how they're rolling right now. So if you're noticing it and I'm noticing it, you know Trump is, and you know how that makes him feel. And if that makes him feel that good and that much more emboldened, who knows what mistakes he may make down the road.
Jonathan, you're right, man. He always been a tool, him and his brother.
And going against that very base who has supported him. Because instead of needing their support, he's convinced they'll need him. And who knows what that will lead him to do. That's what we need to keep a watchful eye on.
That is some very, very wise words. Stephen A. Smith, thank you very, very much. I like you in front of that White House like that, by the way.
Like I said, Stephen A. Smith tore more educated about that than fucking sports, because he's terrible at talking about basketball, if you ask me.
In front of the Capitol right now. See you in front of the Capitol. I know what you're doing. I know what you're putting out there, Stephen A. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
Ain't nobody voting for him to be no goddamn president. Let's see what else he can.
Sadly, nothing is safe from the game. All extremism all the time now. And the latest victim is the Supreme Court. Not the ruling. The ruling they made in Trump v. Casa is reasonable, and I'll explain. But the MAGA versus the mirror movement on the left, whatever you want to call it, is out of control. Everything has to be processed about who wins, who loses between the two of them. This case says clearly that the lower court judge's order stands, but only for those who actually sued, not the whole nation. Trump v. Casa, look it up, clearly makes no change to multiple judges' stoppage of Trump's actions on the substance. And yet it's being hyped as a major win for Trump and his ability to control the Constitution, or a major constitutional crisis about allowing an extension of an authoritarian. Neither is even close to being true, let alone the case. And no, it's not spin. It's not merely a matter of opinion. It is selling BS. There is no more truth. There is only preference. There is only what you want to believe. There is nothing in the decision that expands Trump's power or allows him to deny citizenship to the kids being born here to illegal immigrants. Nothing. The crux of the ruling is standing, how broad the order can apply. And I quote, Universal injunctions likely exceed the authority that Congress has given to federal courts. The court grants the government's applications for a partial stay of the injunctions, but only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary to provide complete relief to each plaintiff withstanding to sue. In other words, or in English instead of legalese, the order with the people who sued is fine. Anybody else, you're going to have to sue too. That's it. The court said the stoppage of this order only applies to the group and individuals who sued, not the whole country. Okay? You need a class action for that or multi-state federal suit. And the justices said, both with the those who joined and those who dissented, that that would be fine. And that's reasonable. But the two sides, they need you to hate each other. That's the game. And it must be constant. It has to be everything. Otherwise, they can't keep selling it. It doesn't become this surreality that we're all in. So everything's got to be processed through the lens of fringe focus. Taylor Swift, transgender, and now anything that the Supreme Court says must be weaponized. The headlines make it seem like the Republican-appointed justices are allowing Trump to do whatever he wants. Get rid of birthright citizenship. Huge win. Trump then, of course, echoed it.
Well, but of course, though, that's what sells. So that's what they're going to promote, is what's going to sell.
It was a big one, wasn't it? Well, thanks to this decision, we can now properly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries.
He doesn't even know what he's reading. And you know it. You know he has never seen that before. And that's why he's putting the emphasis on the wrong syllables, because this is just what somebody wrote. And I'm not laughing because I hate Trump, okay? Stop with that childish nonsense, all right? I'm just pointing out what's obvious, okay? And he's not wrong to sell it as a big win, because that's what the left wants it to be too, except they want it to be proof of a constitutional crisis. It's all a stupid, toxic game. And by the way, this isn't even new, this conflict between the executive and SCOTUS with universal injunctions. Biden went through it. It was connected to his attempt to forgive all student loans. Obama faced it, nationwide injunctions with DACA, to deal with the Dreamers, and policies that demanded public schools allow trans kids.
I remember that dream with the DACA situation. He went through that for a while, but they was going through blocking everything that Obama put out there. Back when I had a little faith in him.
To use bathrooms, it came up in that also. You just didn't hear about it the same way then. Why? Because we were not in a period of such extremism as we are now.
See, I agree and disagree. You ain't hear about it back then because we didn't have these social media outlets that we have now. That is more people looking at social media than they looking at mainstream media, because mainstream media controls the narrative, and so you only see what they wanted to put out. But you got to think, oh wait, they ain't have none of this shit. I mean, they had it. What was we pumping at? Oh wait, we was on Facebook, and it was like the slow decline of MySpace. You know, YouTube wasn't what it is now, what it is today. TikTok wasn't even thought of. And Twitter was, just coming into his own.
Now everything is illegal. Everything is unconstitutional. Everything is being destroyed and destroying and breaking. And it may seem semantic, but clearly it's a lot more than that, because look at the state of our politics. The parties are dominated by the fringe more than ever. AOC and the squad want amnesty for everybody. And they pushed Biden to let the border become an expressway for good and bad people. So now, what does the other side have to do? What does MAGA do? They're bringing the rapists, they're being the murderers, the brown menace, the bad hombres, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're all scary, right?
They're eating
From
the
one
dogs,
extreme, let them all
cats.
in, to the other. Throw them all out. MAGA wants to cut entitlements, reduce services across the board for people from the federal government, even though the people who voted for Trump need those services. So what does the left do? open socialism, take away profit motive, free everything, free, free. They want less, we want free. Instead of minorities being targeted, now what does the left do? Oh, you want to go after brown people? We're going after white people. Literally winning an election with a pledge to tax whiter neighborhoods. That's the language they used. Stop this.
New York, I mean, I'm a New Yorker. New York, everything is highly ridiculous, highly expensive. We need parking lots. Like when I drive home, I'm spending more time looking for parking than it is for me to drive from Virginia to New York. It says shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in the richer and whiter neighborhood. How is that not racist?
Squeeze on New York City homeowners. And by the way, homeowners are in trouble. It's tough to buy a home right now. It's not about supply. It's about the ability to warrant the demand. It's affordability. But free isn't the answer. And the idea that, can you imagine the Supreme Court even looking at this case? Hey, is it okay to shift the tax burden onto whiter people? Can we do that? Is that okay that we said it out loud? This is the fringes. In a battle of picking winners and losers. Why? Because it's easy. Because it divides us. And you know what's hard? What's reasonable. And it is the answer that America has always provided in its best moments to affordability, to expanding access to the dream. It's not about this guy being a bad guy. That's cheap. And he beat my brother. Okay, so if anybody was going to say that, it's not about demonizing him or his faith or how he looks or how he sounds. What you test is the ideas, okay?
Are you mad that he beat your brother? Na boo boo. Get over it.
The answer has always been making more pie. It cannot be about taking from one person's slice to give to another. That's not democracy. That's not capitalism. But that's hard to do, make more pie. So both sides want to figure out who gets whose slice. And that's why our politics is dominated by selling what sounds too good to be true. I'd love to hear a court rule on this. We want to shift it to the whiter people. Is that okay? On the theory that we believe that it's been bad for the non-whiter people, so we want to make it worse for them. Does that work? Is that okay with the equal protection thing? But that's what wins elections.
That is crazy.
And no, it's not
to say
sour
some
grapes.
shit like that.
Okay? I'm against demonizing this guy. It's not right. I've been talking about this extreme shift and what's happening with these two crapo parties for years. And for those of you who think this is about my brother, you're making two gross assumptions. One is that I wanted him to run and expose himself to this poison political climate again. And the other is that I wanted him to run as a Democrat. You should question both those assumptions, okay? I'm just saying what's obvious. There are no more Republicans. There are no more Democrats. There is MAGA on one fringe, and there is its mirror image on the left, whatever you want to call it now. And all we know for sure is this state of play makes the majority the losers. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
That shit got loud as fuck. That boy's on one though.
Well, the Trump administration is celebrating a major win handed down by the Supreme Court on Friday. It allows the president to move ahead with policies that were previously held back by nationwide injunctions issued by federal judges. Let's bring in Jonathan Fahey, former federal prosecutor, former DHS Deputy Assistant Secretary, and former Acting Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So you've worn a lot of hats in Washington. Did the Supreme Court get this one right, Jonathan?
They definitely got this one right, and it's a huge win from President Trump. They got this right because
all of these things, all of these injunctions have been really judicial overreach. And this Supreme Court, the conservative Supreme Court under John Roberts, is really restraining the courts and the lower courts and their authorities, because so many of these things were really just an extension of the lawfare we saw before President Trump took office. But these were things within the executive branch to make these decisions, to make decisions on, whether or not certain things should be going on national security wise, how immigration laws should be upheld and things like that. So they certainly got it right. These judges should be restricted to the clients or the plaintiffs, not clients, in front of them and their cases specifically, not nationwide. And that's what these judges were doing, is basically ruling nationwide as opposed to just the cases in front of them, which is an abuse of their power. And this court reined it in. So it's going to not only affect the cases at hand, but probably prevent a lot more of this. And I would, again, call it lawfare, with these groups trying to derail President Trump's agenda through the court. So huge win for President Trump in every single way. The court got this right, and I think it will have a big impact not only for President Trump, but for future presidents to be able to allow them to implement their agenda.
Not surprisingly, the Attorney General had some thoughts about this, pointing out the fact that most of these injunctions came from judges in blue states. Listen to Pam Bondi here.
To put this in perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. Of the 35 of the 40 nationwide injunctions filed against this president, against his executive authority as president of the United States, 35 of them came from Maryland, D.C., Massachusetts, California, Washington. I mean, that's crazy.
What do you think? Is it crazy?
Yes, it is crazy. And if you really think about it, the way these judges were viewing President Trump's actions were sort of like he had to get permission from them to be the president of the United States and carry out his jobs. But this idea that you could go into the most liberal district and get a judge that's maybe politically favorable to you, or have a judicial bent similar to what you want to be, and affect the entire country and really prevent an agenda from being put into place, because a lot of times, as you know, cases take a long time to work their way through the courts. And if there was a Democratic president, if somebody was going to the most conservative districts, derailing the Democratic president, the same principle would apply. The president should get to be the president. They don't need the permission of every district court judge to implement their agenda.
There was a kind of a fascinating smackdown among justices on the court regarding this ruling. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson had this to say regarding the opinion. Our rights-based legal system can only function properly if the executive and everyone else is always bound by law. Allowing the executive to violate the law carves out a huge exception, a gash in the basic tenets of our founding charter that could turn out to be a mortal wound. Requiring courts to provide the dagger makes a mockery of the judiciary. Well, Justice Barrett, Amy Coney Barrett, then issued Justice Barrett, Amy Coney provide the dagger makes a
leave that there for a second, read it. They talking about Steve.
Mockery of the judiciary. Well, Justice Barrett, Amy Coney Barrett, then issued her own rebuttal to that. She writes, "It is unnecessary to consider whether Congress has constrained the judiciary. What matters is how the judiciary may constrain the executive. Justice Jackson would do well to heed her own admonition. Everyone from the president on down is bound by law." That goes for judges too. Would have been some interesting times during the discussion of this case, don't you imagine?
Yes, these are pretty strong words for judicial opinions. I mean, this is the equivalent of sort of the WWE of judicial opinions. But it really shows that not only Justice Barrett, but all 5 of the other conservative judges signed on to her opinion. So they basically endorse what she said, which is really they don't have a whole lot of respect for Justice Jackson. And what Justice Jackson, her points almost seem to be political talking points. Again, they don't agree with she doesn't agree with President Trump. Therefore, whatever he's doing is a bad thing, and judges should change it. That's not the role of judges. The judges are supposed to judge the cases before them, not to advise on overall policy and implement only the policies they like or agree with. But this was pretty strong language. A lot of people are talking about it, but I do think it's probably, my guess is, festering over multiple opinions, and Justice Jackson, just for whatever it's worth, took the first shot in this at the majority. So Barrett fired back with her opinion, but again, just shows a real disconnect between the judges, and Justice Jackson is really, what Justice Barrett is saying, is doing what she's accusing Donald Trump of doing, which is exceeding the power of the judiciary. So it's ironic at the very least.
Jonathan Fahey, thanks for your assessment. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
That's how he used to look. Wait. Ready to go to bed. One-minute charging time. I'll buy one of them shits. You can go 1,000 miles without having to charge it. I'll buy one. Shit, I'll go tomorrow.
Also new overnight, Elon Musk backtracking. It's called the Big Beautiful Backtrack. He tweeted this out. He said, I regret some of my posts about President Donald Trump last week. They went too far. He didn't say which one specifically that he regretted. We have some ideas. You want to read through them, Brian?
It says, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Not a good thing to say. Dems would control the House and Republicans would be down 51-49 in the Senate. Really not accurate, but you did put a lot of time in Pennsylvania, Elon. We know that.
He said this as well. In light of the president's statements about the cancellation of my government contract, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately.
And that's been deleted. He also said, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT.
Now, these are our opinion of what he might want to walk back. We don't know what he wants to walk back.
That one was deleted, too. So, yeah, he also...
That's a big accusation that been gaining traction. That's a big accusation. That been gaining traction. He's saying that he's in the Epstein file. That's a big accusation. All right, bro. That's a big accusation. Do y'all think he in the Epstein's files? I don't know. You know, all these cats hung out together. They all rubbed elbows, as they say. So it's possible. I don't know if it's true, but it's possible. He backtracked.
So said that Donald Trump should be impeached.
Yeah.
Anybody that knows the president, he loves spirited debate. Even if you disagree with him, you can yell, you can scream, you can make your points be heard. But when he took it public and he started saying some of the talking points from the left, where it was impeachment, Epstein files, and all of that, he lost a little credibility there, a lot of credibility. Now, I think they will make up, but they're never going to be as close as they were before because the president simply can't trust the guy now.
Donald Trump said that he imagines that Elon Musk would want to talk to him. Listen.
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me, and maybe he's already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it.
I'll tell you he did.
Right. What does that mean? Ask if he called him?
I think he said, hey, he called me, but I'm not going to put it out there, but you ask him.
I don't know for sure, but I would say I'd have everything that he posted. You know what bothers him most? The attacks on the big, beautiful bill, because it hurt it temporarily. It halted the momentum they had in the Senate. So now he's got, this is my landmark piece of legislation. You better not hurt it. Remember, he blew up the debt ceiling deal that was done so they could move forward, and it delayed everything for 2 weeks. Every day matters. They got 3 weeks to get it done. And I think that if Elon could just stay out of the way and let the politics happen and the bill be defined, the president would be more than willing to talk after July 4th.
I definitely think they will make up. You have a guy who is used to leading a company, a massive company, wealthiest man in the world. He's not used to being told what to do. He's used to doing the firing. But in this case, he's dealing with the most powerful man in the world. And so I think that there was frustration there.
Skis.
Yeah, and he's mercurial. Yeah. He's a different kind of person. So,
but there's no way to turn it. He can't go Democrat. Everything that they stand for, he has come out against.
He won't go Democrat. He just didn't like the bill because it wasn't in his best interest for his company.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Elon Musk entered politics after buying Donald Trump and the Republican Party for $250 million to benefit himself, to benefit his stature, his power, and his money. And some of that might still be working out, or at the very least, Donald Trump is trying to help him out, even though he's now transitioned out of the government. And we'll show you the evidence of that. But in terms of his overall impression that the American people have,
Elon Musk know that when he got in bed with politics, he knew what he was doing. He was trying to cement himself and cement his companies. And I mean, I think he succeeded in what he was trying to do. If you really pay attention, I think he did what most people, most of these companies doing. He just was out in the open.
Have on him, it didn't exactly go well. And I know what you're thinking. Yeah, that's why he left government, so that he could repair his reputation. Okay, well, let's check in and see how that's going for him. So here is Elon Musk's net favorability going back to the beginning of last year. He was, even at that point, before all the politics and the doggy and the cheese head and having to see his lily white belly in the air, he was only a couple points above even. So then you see him gradually going down as he gets more tied in with Donald Trump. His endorsement, he's barely above even. At election day, he goes negative. Trump's term begins, and that's when Musk enters politics himself and is no longer just standing adjacent to fascism, but is actively engaging in it. He goes down and down and down. And now, if you look at that rightmost orange line, when he left government, you did see a tiny rise in his favorability. And it made it seem briefly as if, maybe not a bad strategy. Now, notably, he's still like 15 points underwater. But then you'll see that lasted for like 3 days, and then it fell off a cliff again. And he might have stabilized there. We're gonna have to check in another 3 months or 9 months or something like that. But this represents, at the current point, he is down about 25 to 28 points in favorability since the beginning of last year. And all it cost him to do that was roughly $300 million. That's what he spent. He set that much money on fire so that way more Americans could actually hate him. Now, the joke in the end might be on us in a couple of different ways. First of all, although Tesla's stock price has not been doing well over the last year, it has never been tied to anything real. And so it's doing much better than it should. And so he has that going for him. It's down, but he's still able to maintain the vast majority of his wealth off of that because it's just not connected to reality. And so it doesn't matter if their sales go down a ton. It's not tethered to anything objective. But he does have other businesses, and those could actually start doing better soon because the Trump administration is wildly corrupt, obviously. Chaos, crime, and corruption are the 3 C's of this era of politics. And Trump is now pushing states, including Pennsylvania, that you have to shift your strategy for helping to spread broadband access to cheaper options like Starlink. This whole thing about like getting like rural fiber and all of that to make sure that super high speed internet is available to as many people as possible, including lots of Republicans. Screw that. We want you to spend the money on Starlink. And so they're helping to juice business for a massive campaign donor of theirs. This is obvious quid pro quo corruption. And it's also the most expected and unsurprising thing over the past couple of months. And it potentially, by the way, could be a lot of money. So the program that they're trying to shift the focus of is a $42.5 billion program. And as I said, it originally prioritized fiber projects, but under the new rules, states are gonna have to select winners based on the lowest cost. The change will make applications from wireless and satellite internet providers, including Elon Musk's Starlink, more competitive. Now, look, you might think, well, low cost is probably a thing that should be prioritized in a program like this. And sure, but cost isn't the only thing. I mean, even setting aside concerns about corruption, what about like uptime, reliability, the way that the corporation works? There's a lot of other considerations. And it's not like these were only wild blue states that were engaging in this. Red states too were having to balance a lot of different concerns. But that's not how it works in our corrupt society. Instead, no, you give the money to our donors. He gives us 300 million, you give him countless billions. That's how it's supposed to work. And at the end of the day, by the way, this is gonna be a very small amount of money in comparison to what he gets off of like Golden Dome or whatever. But I just wanna remind everyone of how varied and constant the corruption actually is. Now that said, let's talk about another aspect of this. As we've described in other videos, Musk is once again suckling at the teat of government, gobbling up contracts that his corporations don't deserve. But at the same time, the work he's already done in government is continuing to cause problems. And Trump and those who are left in doggy after Elon Musk left are having to clean up the messes. So there's new reporting. CNN did a great breakdown of some of the numbers, and we'll talk about a few of them, about how the Trump administration is continuing to have to scramble to rehire key federal workers after the doggy firings. Again, because it turns out that before you fire tens of thousands of people, you should probably think about it. And this is both stupid and costly. Now, look, I also think it's wildly immoral and dehumanizing to fire all these people without even understanding what their job is and then ask them to come back. That's terrible. I understand that that's not gonna be persuasive to Elon Musk or these other tech sociopaths. They believe you break stuff and whatever. These aren't people, they're just numbers on a spreadsheet. But again, the other number on the spreadsheet is how much you're spending to do this. When you fire all these people, ostensibly to generate savings for the government, and then you end up having to pay even more money over litigation and rehiring them, this was stupid in every way that it could be. And so look, I wanna break down some of the specifics to really sell this. So here's one of, I think, the most offensive. And so earlier this month, Voice of America called back dozens of Farsi speakers, one of the languages that's used in Iran, who had been on paid administrative leave since March. So they were fired because we probably aren't gonna need anyone who speaks Farsi or anything like that. Donald Trump's definitely not gonna get us in a war. And then, oops, we need to bring them back. And they did. And do you know what they did after that? For many of them, they fired them again. They fired them, then they brought them back, and then they fired them yet again. And the expectation will be, well, if we ever need them, when Trump starts the war again, I guess we could just rehire them. And look, they do an important task, but I honestly hope at a certain point, they tell the government to go F itself. I think that you have to stand up for yourself at some point, but it's not just Voice of America. At the Department of Agriculture, they halted plans to lay off 25% of its staff at dozens of facilities responsible for responding to the bird flu. Thank God. I could have told you that on day one. It's taken until now for them to figure that out. The National Weather Service, which lost more than 560 employees to layoffs and early retirement incentives earlier this year, received permission to rehire about 1 in 4 or 5 of them for its forecast offices around the country, despite a federal firing freeze, because their job is important and necessary. They're still not back up to the level they were at before, which is bad news for people across the country, particularly when it comes to such inclement weather that it could actually lead to a danger to your life, but at least they're reversing some of it. The Department of Health and Human Services reinstated 450 employees at the CDC who were fired as part of a massive reorganization in April, including workers focused on HIV and childhood lead exposure. Again, in their defense, nobody could have predicted that those were important positions that you shouldn't fire people from. But whatever, they're rehiring some of them. More than 200 employees at their firings rescinded at the CDC's National Center for HIV, Viral Hepatitis, STD, and Tuberculosis Prevention, along with 158 at the National Center for Environmental Health. And so it just repeats itself over and over and over again. You need these people. Now, you don't necessarily need everyone or every program, and you can engage, as the government always does and always has, in efforts to make these cuts. But you don't just put a person in who is most notably known for being a dumb donkey and then tell them to go wild and just fire a lot of people. And then we'll rehire them back, and it'll cost more than just keeping them there the entire time. That's no way to run a government. It's also, by the way, no way to run a business. Elon Musk finally got the opportunity that he's been waiting for, seemingly for years, to demonstrate the future of Tesla. And it looks like it's kind of face planting. That would be his robo-taxis that he has rolled out in an extremely limited fashion. And
welcome to the weekend. I'm Eugene Daniels, along with Jonathan Capehart, who is out at the Aspen Ideas Festival. Jackie Alamay.
Extinction. Oh my goodness. So this is something that I've discussed ad nauseum, and that is regarding black extinction. I did a video not too long ago talking about, black people would be extinct within about 5 years. And it's something that I've feared that has unfortunately come to fruition. And many people took that as, black people are going to disappear from the face of the planet. And I want people to understand there are worse things than death. You can have people hate you. You can have people love you. But something you don't want is indifference. And as a voting bloc, what you don't want is indifference from the Republican Party, but now also the Democrat Party, because now that leaves you extinct. Political extinction is tantamount to death, because that means your voice is donezo. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your grievances. Nobody cares about your complaints, your wants, desires. Nobody cares. You are no longer a factor in this country. Damn. This is something that I, tried warning people, especially when it came to the last election. You had all these, I would say, CIA agents. I would call them COINTELPRO. People telling black people to, you got to hashtag vote for the couch and all this goofy stuff, right? People who don't have an IQ above room temperature. You have individuals who are faceless, right? You don't know what they look like. You don't know the real names. You don't know anything about these people, but somehow black people are taking advice from them, political advice at that.
That's my biggest problem right there. Like he said, you listening to people that they don't even know. These motherfuckers have no credentials, no nothing. Didn't even live life. They hiding behind faceless channels and shit, and they taking advice on them on who they gonna vote for and shit. Ridiculous.
People who have no concept of politics are giving advice to black people about politics, telling them to sit on the couch and hashtag sit on the couch, couch 2025 and stuff like that, or 2024. And it's really these COINTELPRO agents that have led black people into extinction. And these people don't care because their hustle is to constantly fearmonger and tell black people, oh, this is happening, this, but there's no action behind it. These are the type of people that tell you about white supremacy, but don't tell you that, hey, we can overcome it, and we've done it in the past, and this is how we do it. They don't give you any game plan. They just constantly put fear.
They don't give you no game plan because they're making money off of keeping you scared. They're making money off of keeping you willfully ignorant.
Fear. And the only action that they present forward is inaction. You not voting, I don't know what people think. Do you think that Democrats, upon black people opting out of elections, do you think they're just going to go, well, guess we're just going to lose? No, that's not what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen. The only people who do that, unfortunately, are black people. We're the only people who will vote for someone. They don't deliver on what they promise, and we just go, well, I guess I'll do it again. Beta. And the worst part are those COINTEL agents who say, well, now you should vote for Republicans to teach them a lesson. Are you retarded? So now let me get this straight. You're now going to vote for a party who is actively trying to destroy you. That's your room temperature level IQ plan. It's just foolishness. And this political literacy is now coming. It's now coming home to roost. Because the reason I bring this up is that there are articles galore talking about Zohran Mamdani and how he won without a majority black vote. Now, this was something that was, said to be impossible, okay? You can't do it, especially in New York, you can't do it. And Kumo, he got a good chunk of the black vote, and he still lost. Damn. Now, this was something that I talked about when it came to Kamala Harris. I was like, listen, she promoted as far as reparations, and I know mofos want to say, well, she against it. She said that she wasn't going to do anything for black people. I don't know what to tell you. You fell for the propaganda. Kudos. Congratulations. Because people evolve. Their positions on certain situations or certain stances on political topics evolve over time. She was the only candidate to mention reparations. Trump was pro-against reparation, very much anti-reparation. Only candidate to talk about a black man agenda. Only candidate to talk about, hey, whether it was housing.
He up here pussy popping for the Democratic Party. Hard body, boy. Shaking his ass for them like old boy was shaking his ass for Trump in the other video.
Whether it was taking care of your parents, whether it was, health care, litany of things. Now, you may not like where she started, but that's the whole point of negotiating. That's the whole point, is that you start somewhere and then you negotiate from that point. If you wanted cash reparations, or if you wanted, hey, I want housing, or I want vouchers, or I want school choice, whatever it is, that's where the negotiation process takes place. And we had leverage. I talked about this once again ad nauseum. We had leverage with Kamala Harris. I don't care what you think about her, black, brown, Indian, white. It doesn't matter, fam. I will take an Indian blank check just as much as I'll take a white person's blank check. The point being is that you get the check. That's the whole point. I find it absolutely hysterical and ironic that the same people talking about hashtag cut the check didn't want the check.
Come on now, dog.
They didn't vote for the check. It's absolutely insane. But the whole point was that we had levers.
Lee, you absolutely right. She locked up a lot of black men and a lot of black women. And she was only black when she was running for president. She was Indian American before that. Now she was black when she wanted our vote.
Because this was her first term. Nobody runs a presidency expecting not to run again, right? Nobody wants to be a one-term president. So had she not delivered within the course of those 4 years, we now have leverage. That's what we have. We either, and we would have leverage throughout the entire administration because there would be another election, right? That she would be running unless she got the boot. But that was the whole point, is that we had leverage. Nevertheless, this is where we are. So now What have you taught the party? You've taught the party that, hey, you can offer them reparations, you can offer them tangibles, you can offer them black man agenda. They don't care. These Negroes don't care, okay? And they sure as heck don't care.
They straight chameleons. One thing I get this dude though, he do like a call-up show and he'll let you come disagree with him. So I'll give him his shit on that. But I ain't shucking and driving for none of these cats.
Care about a black woman because now they think the black woman is an Indian woman, and so that's out of the water. Now with Zoran is what you've taught them is that, hey,
no, y'all want us to think that the Indian woman was the black woman, even though she has melanin in her skin and she looked like him. Most Indians are black, but they don't want to be black until it's convenient. Like everybody, Paul Moon say, everybody want to be a ninja until it's time to be a ninja. People want the benefits of the black culture, but they don't want to be black. They don't want none of that shit. That shit hard being black, bro. They don't want that shit. This shit dangerous. Remember, and we always say when somebody was on some bullshit, we'd be like they being a politician, because we know politicians are career liars like lawyers.
We can win without the Negro vote. We don't need these Negroes anyway. And this is something that I feared. That because, nobody's going to be held hostage by black people. That's not going to happen, all right? That's never happened in this country. Never, bruh, okay? Actually, I won't say never. That's a lie. But post-civil rights era, that hasn't happened, fam. It's just not happening. So if you thought the Democrat Party was just going to throw their hands up, no, of course not. You're going to find a way to win the vote without black people, without whatever the demographic that is trying to hinder you. That's what they did. That's what Zoran did. He won without a significant majority of the black vote because he went in other circles. And that's what I've said time and time again, is that, hey, unless you utilize the black vote, unless you are actually politically, intelligent and are demanding stuff for the vote, if you just sit out, and mofos just sit out and not do anything, right? If you just complaining about the black caucus and this person, that person, but you're not there on election day, you're not voting for the people that you do want, then what does it matter? You just complaining. And that's what a lot of these people are doing. They just complaining. And I'm like, listen, you need to know who your governor is. You need to know who your mayor is. You need to know who your senators are. And if you want something done, you've got to reach out to them. You've got to organize. It's the same thing that Malcolm X said, that, hey, we're not outnumbered. We're just out-organized. And this is where it leads you. It leads you to the party finding different solutions. And that's what I feared. That's very much what I feared. Because if you think that this is not going to have a ripple effect.
Donald Trump wants to govern like a dictator, and the 6-3 conservative supermajority on the Supreme Court seems eager to let him. In an impassioned dissent to today's ruling on birthright citizenship.
You see the difference on how MSNBC phases that shit? He want to govern like a dictator. Like I said, we going to show everybody point of view on this, so let's let it rock out.
And nationwide injunctions, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson warned of what lies ahead for our democracy now that her conservative colleagues have curtailed one of the only means of reining in potentially illegal actions from this or really any administration. Quote, disaster looms. What I mean by this is that our rights-based legal system can only function properly if the executive and everyone else is always bound by law. Today's decision is a seismic shock to that foundational norm, allowing the executive to violate the law at its prerogative with respect to anyone who has not yet sued, carves out a huge exception, a gash in the basic tenets of our founding charter that could turn out to be a mortal wound. What is more, to me, requiring courts themselves to provide the dagger makes a mockery of the judiciary's solemn duty to safeguard the rule of law. Senator Chris Van Hollen is a Democrat of Maryland, and he joins me now to discuss all of this. Senator, thanks so much for joining me. Today, you
Catherine, good to be with you.
Great to see you. Today, you decried the court ceding power to what you call a lawless authoritarian president. What do you think the long-term practical implications of this ruling are or could be?
Well, I agree with Justice Jackson and with the dissent in this case, which is that it is a big blow to our ability to enforce our rights because our rights, our constitutional rights, our other legal rights are, of course, only as good as our ability to enforce them. And what this decision does is it throws up lots of additional roadblocks and obstacles to the remedy, right? Because when your constitutional rights are violated, this is going to make it much harder for individuals other than those who go to court and are themselves plaintiffs to have their rights adjudicated and restored. And so I do think this is a big blow. And it's another example of this Supreme Court that's been largely stacked by Donald Trump appointees, ceding their constitutional responsibilities and duties to the executive, when under Article 3, they're the ones that should be standing up and making sure that we can enforce our rights.
Well, not only ceding their power to rein in the executive, but the power of other courts to potentially stop the executive from taking illegal actions.
Absolutely. I mean the power of the judiciary. I mean the power of Article 3 courts. What the Supreme Court is done, and again, stacked largely by these Trump appointees, is ceding their power under the Constitution, in fact, their responsibility as a judicial branch. They're ceding that to Donald Trump, who is a lawless president. So when you have a combination of a lawless president like Donald Trump, and then you have a Supreme Court that wants to essentially get rid of the remedies that we have when it comes to enforcing our rights, this is a very dangerous moment. So I agree with Judge Jackson in her strong language.
Senator, while Donald Trump faces more nationwide injunctions than any other president, he is correct about that. That's because he issues more unlawful orders than any other president. These injunctions are not unique to Republicans. Joe Biden, his predecessor, had a number of his priorities stymied by similar nationwide injunctions. So this cuts both ways, no?
It does. You're exactly right. And there were, judges who enjoined some of President Biden's actions, his executive orders, where I disagreed with them. And of course, the idea then is they're adjudicated through the court system, from the district court level to the appellate court level, and ultimately to the Supreme Court level. But when you have a system that doesn't allow the most obvious violations of constitutional legal rights to be remedied on a nationwide basis when they're violated, then you expose people for very long periods of time to being stripped of their constitutional or other legal rights. And so that's why I think this was a blow to protecting our rights. And we now have two branches of government. We have the Article 3 courts in the form of the Supreme Court anyway, and now the Congress, where you have majority Republicans who are ceding their power also to a president who wants to be king. I mean, just today, Republicans, all but one, voted against the War Powers Resolution. The War Powers Resolution was a very simple idea founded in the Constitution that says you can't go to war without congressional authorization. And yet all but one Republican senator abdicated their responsibility and essentially said, we're going to give that.
See how they trying to manipulate our train of thoughts, because then every president did military acts without it. It ain't war. Like, we ain't at war now. Technically, we not at war. So what he did wasn't illegal. He did not declare war on Iran. He bombed their nuclear sites. And they playing stupid like they ain't had okay. It said that he just got to notify them.
Power to Donald Trump alone. So this is a very dangerous moment for our democracy and protection of our rights.
You know, it's funny. I've heard over the years calls to abolish ICE, but I also wonder if we should just abolish Congress if your colleagues are not going to do their jobs.
I've not called.
That's her way of trying to get rid of our way of life. But what we should abolish is them not having they being lifetime members of Congress. They should have terms, and maybe we'd get better shit out of them if they had to get reelected each time. Because Nancy Pelosi, all these cats been there for years. I say the fucking what you call it, the Supreme Court too. They shouldn't be lifetime appointees either, because they still got thinking some of them from the goddamn 70s and shit. And it's 2025.
Called to abolish ICE. I've called to rein in the excesses we see from ICE.
Fair enough. I've taken us off track. I do want to ask your thoughts on where the so-called big, beautiful bill stands at this point. Speaking of Congress acting or not acting, the negotiations seem to be ongoing. It seems like the ability to bring the Republican Party together has gotten harder since some of the provisions in the bill have been stricken for not complying with these, esoteric rules to get a bill passed through party line vote. But Donald Trump says he wants this bill to be passed within the next week, by July 4th. How realistic do you think that is at this point?
Well, I hope that we're able to stop it. And of course, back in 2017, when Donald Trump and a majority Republican Congress tried to undo the Affordable Care Act, we ultimately stopped them with that one vote in the United States Senate. I hope we can stop them again this time in the United States Senate. They do seem right now, Catherine, hell-bent on stripping away people's health care protections, especially very deep cuts in Medicaid, in order to partially finance these tax cuts for billionaires and the very wealthy. That framework is something that they continue to adhere to. Now, you're absolutely right. It's gotten complicated with individual provisions, and the Senate parliamentarian has said that they're trying to pass things in this bill that they're not allowed to pass in this particular form and this procedure. But look, I ask all the people who are listening to this program and others around the country, Americans, regardless of your party, please mobilize and call Republican senators and House members. This is the moment to stop this bill, which will do great harm and great damage to tens of millions of our fellow Americans. And again, all for the purpose of partially financing a tax cut for very wealthy people. And by the way, even after that, it will add $4.2 trillion to our deficit, which we will all pay for in one form or another.
Senator Chris Van Hollen, thanks so much for joining us this evening.
That's a 2-minute. That imagine every 4 years you can appoint a new dude to the Supreme Court. Probably that will be a bad set of people controlling the Supreme Court is much higher. Well, what I'm trying to say is I don't feel it should be no lifetime appointees. Maybe it don't have to be 4 years. Maybe it's 8 years. Maybe it's a 10-year stint. But lifetime, it should be a mixture. Yo, small creator, what's up? It should be a mixture. It shouldn't be straight up fucking a lifetime appointee. Because now y'all crying about, well, I ain't gonna say y'all, now people crying about Trump appointing all these people and he's getting his way, and it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying it need to be 4 years, Jerome. We need to come up with some type of better way to go, because now, like, if you see how it is, whoever's not getting their way complaining about the other, and they doing their job. And them saying that smaller level courts or state level courts can't make rulings, that's exactly what the Supreme Court was there for, So the Democrats up there acting like it's a check and balance, the legislative branch ain't getting along with the executive branch right now. The Superior Court came in, which is the Supreme Court, and they decided, hey, this, that, and the third. They came in and they mediated what was going on between the two branches. For the check and balance, you need a 2/3 vote. And now they don't like that shit. And it goes both ways, because if it was the other way around, they'd be complaining about this and want Congress to do something. But like Congress, they not changing laws or even entering laws because they want to be able, because they know they in there appointed for in their life. They know that they want to be able to use the same shit that he's doing now. Same way they not voting to get rid of the filibuster, because they want to be able to have that tool in their back pocket to stop certain shit from happening when they want to use it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right now, they ain't gotta like the Supreme Court judgment, but it's working like it was designated to work, And that's all we can, you know what I mean? Like that right there to me is a win in itself, to see that the process is working the way. Is it perfect? No, nothing's perfect, Nothing perfect. So, but it is working as designed. Like, one thing we gotta give credit to, whether we like it or not, the Constitution was made over 100 years ago, and to this day it's still standing strong. We, of course, we had to make amendments and tweaks to it and stuff, but the foundation of it, that shit did its part. Besides, it did its part. Switch to the background. I got this camera's a little different. I ain't got no green screen, so you can see where it's catching up the GPU. Why do you think that no prior president got rid of that? Because it's never abused to that level. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Like I said, right now, I think we scrutinize a lot of things now because of all the access we got to different levels of, like we got social media now that we can have this dialogue about it, Jerome. But I mean, it definitely is good, you know what I mean? But like changes, like me and Soul Sounds are just talking about, that's what I'm talking to on the earpiece, about how the 22nd Amendment limit the terms of the president, because before that, remember, you was able to serve multiple terms as president. I think the last one was Franklin D. Roosevelt. He served 4 terms as president, and they put in the 22nd Amendment to limit it to 2 terms, and they were saying if you serve 2 years of another president's term, you can only run once after that, because they consider that a full term. So the max you're going to be able to run for is what? 8 years? I mean, well, if you do it right, correctly, 9 years. And that could be, I guess, technically 3 terms you served out the last year. 1 president term as the vice president, and run for election, get selected, and then run again and get elected. You could run 9 years. But other than that, you can't no more due to the 22nd Amendment. As soon as I lay down, kids or somebody jumping on my damn head like I did yesterday. But dog, I put the dog in his crate. Yeah, but you need the balanced government we have. The only difference is we use the president for a scapegoat a lot, and we act like the position of a president as a scapegoat, because what is it, like 400 and fucking 30 something people in the house? Let me see. I'm gonna look at the numbers real fast so I don't be talking out my neck. Let's get it right. But we put the blame on one man, or eventually we're gonna be saying or woman in the future. But we act like it ain't 100, you know what I'm saying? 600 other people that has a say. Almost off for work. You know how that used to be when I was working nights, man. I used to be taking naps. Yeah, you got 435 in the House of Representatives, 200 in Congress, so you got 635 people, but we'll place the blame on one man. Yeah, like the face of that joint, you know what I mean? That's why they were saying like a lot of shit. If they wanted to make change, they could make change, man. Do I think it's an agenda? It is. I think it's an agenda. Akeem Tafik or whatever the fuck your name is, Tufik, Taquik or whatever the hell you said. You trying to say how are you? That ain't how you spell how. You must have did a typo. But how are you? I'm good. Thanks for tuning in. You know, I don't understand how my channel over here the numbers be going up and down and merry-go-round. But tune in to True Stories. I mean, No Glory, True Stories. True Crime channel. I'll be going live on both though. Sports channel. Acting like I didn't make you speak. Oh man. See, I don't play none of that fun boy shit, so you will be timed out. Let me see. The U.S. also wanted for the German Constitution, but they thought that the president is the one with the power, but has only. Yeah, man, that's a lot of that should be figureheads, man. But the crazy shit, a lot of people don't understand politics and civics and how that shit works. Some people really think England, like the Queen of England, actually got to say so over there, man. Yeah. I was supposed to go to Germany. My cousin was stationed in Germany for. Yeah, he was stationed in Germany like 14 years. Just came back to the States. He was stationed on the Air Force Base, then he was stationed on NATO. Then he went to Korea, then back. He liked it out there. He liked it a lot. Got his little BMW. Brought that shit back to the States. It's crazy that it's like 4 in the morning and the trolls are still out. Coming on saying crazy shit. But definitely, like I said, it's funny to me how we plays Bramer and we pick and choose who we like, who we don't like, and then they try. So 2 times 16 because of that mistake. Yeah, I mean, we starting to see socialism have a rise, at least in recent times over here in America. Like the guy that just got selected for the Democratic Party to run for mayor of New York is a socialist, a democratic socialist. So wanting to see how that's going to play out. What time is it in Germany right now? It should be daytime, right? Hell yeah, it gotta be daytime if it's about to be sun about to come up over here. I wasn't even planning on being on. I was planning on going live earlier, like around 7 at night. I wound up not going live till like 10:30. I think it's 10 a.m. I'm surprised my cousin he hit me up. It's been a while. He probably working hard. He on deployment over there in the Middle East. He in the Air Force, so you know they be having internet and shit, getting the FaceTime and shit. But he like a big deal, so he probably working hard. Mm-mm-mm. I know this ain't the shit that I was trying to look up. I'm be mad if I paid all this extra money for this toll hitch. So your name Jerome and you live in Germany? What, you in the military? What's up, Cheyenne? How you doing? Cheyenne sings. You sing? That's your thing. Oh, does not fit your vehicle. This is looking. I bought a tow hitch for my SUV. YouTube convinced me that I could put it on myself, so I'm gonna try it. No? You okay, Cheyenne? Where you tuning in from? Not American? I'm just saying with a name like Jerome, I ain't really meet nobody outside of America that was named Jerome. Alabama? Alabama? Where was that? What's this? June? Last year, this time, I was in what you call it. I was in Florida, not far from Alabama. Not far from Alabama. I was going to school down there. I was stationed in Pensacola. And I used to go to Alabama down there. Maybe a couple of times a week. That actually was like 20 minutes away. I'd go to the mall in Alabama. In Forley, Alabama. I got some friends from Mobile, Alabama. Every time I hear Alabama, though, I think of when Forrest Gump was like Greenbow, Alabama. Yep, I drove all through Alabama. I drove from Virginia to Pensacola. I was gonna say it ain't the longest drive because I drove from California to New York. That was the longest drive I ever did. But I drove back and forth to Pensacola. I even drove from there. I did a weekend trip too, man. I came up for Memorial Day weekend while I was in school. spend the weekend and then drove back down there. Thanks for coming through the channel. I appreciate if y'all hit the like button, subscribe. I just read the comments on the that video. They talking real reckless. Supreme Court used the credo without the appearance of impropriety. We will. So Jerome, for real, Jerome, you the first Jerome I met outside of the United States. You have over 1,000 subs, but you suck at music, but music is your thing. It's kind of confusing, Cheyenne. You said you sing. What do you mean by you suck at music? Like your talent or your production? What performance? What is your problem? Like what do you think your issue is? I think I could check your joint out while we on the live, because I would check your shit. It won't let me click your page from here. Let me see something. For my phone, I can look at your joint. Talent, my voice suck. I heard you heard your voice suck, or is that a way for you to try to get me to look at your shit? Let's see, even from this shit, it won't let me fucking play the song about your mother. I'm trying to see, can I click on your shit? It's telling me I can block your document. I'm gonna have to just type your name in. What the hell is this? I don't scroll too much. I'm gonna just type your name in the search and see. You said no, I know. See, I'm gonna put your joint on here because your joint might give you a little publicity, you know? If it's decent. Now, if it hurt my ears, we gonna have problems. But if it's decent, I'll play it right now on the channel. You know, don't try to copyright me because I play your music while you in the chat. But we let's look it up. Let's look up Cheyenne Sings. It's crazy. My daughter's middle name is Cheyenne. See Cheyenne Songs. I don't see Cheyenne Sings popping up. Oh, there you go right there. You got 1.41. Cheyenne Sings 49 videos. You really shy? You don't want me to put your shit up? Because I'll put your joint on the screen right now if you don't mind. My daughter's pretty. She's annoying, but she pretty. I make cute kids, man. Both my daughters are beautiful. My son is handsome. Let's see. Let's see, Cheyenne. Let's pull you up. Matter of fact, I want to fix something on this joint. She said, take your time. Oh, wrong joint. Okay, that right there. You see, I got your channel up right here. Where's my... Which one you were saying to play? Tell me which one you want me to play. Breaking the Cycle, original lyrics written by Cheyenne Alexander. Oh, you said your mother, the one with your mom's, the one you dropped last month. Let's listen to it. I feel like you fronting.
Mom, can you hear me? I'm screaming through the pain. Thought I was your baby. Guess I'm just a stain
I heard way worse than this.
on your perfect image. It's all a masquerade. Ice in your eye. I'm lost in the shade. 6 months in, there's another fool at your side. Every promise you made, it was just another lie. Didn't you see me? I was crying out for help. When I was too busy, lost in your own self. What's so wrong with me? Why'd you turn away?
You don't sound bad, but this some sad shit. You got me sad right now. Let's see. I want to hear this other joint you had. I need something with a beat. A little country inspiration. Let's see.
Dear mom, can you hear me?
Come on.
Screaming through the pain.
Cheyenne, I'm gonna tell you, you full of shit. Cause it sound way better with the beat and shit, you know? With the production behind it, it sound way better. It sound good. I wrote that for my mom after her. Whoa. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that all the way.
Thought I was your baby. Guess I'm just a stain on your perfect image. Yeah, it's all a masquerade. Chasing your high while I'm lost in the shade. 6 months in, and there's another fool at your side. Every promise you made, it was just another lie. Didn't you see me? I was crying out for help, but you were too busy, lost in your own self. Mom, what's so wrong with me? Why'd you turn away? Left me here stranded like I'm just some cliche.
It's a good song, huh? I mean, I'm sorry for what happened to you, but it's a good song. Good song, man. I'll give you a subscribe. You know? A good song. Give you that. I sub to your channel. Diane Sings. Yeah, YouTube channel for a year. If y'all decide, you know, you like what you hear, go over there. Give her a like, a sub, subscribe. You gladly appreciate it. Tired, man. I'm acting like I ain't got a life tomorrow. I'm telling my boy I'm gonna try to be up while he in. I know my kid's gonna be up. I'm surprised my son ain't up. He probably up. 'Cause he usually wake up. He don't sleep past 5 o'clock. He'll wake up at 4 and be up till. You welcome, Cheyenne. He'll be up to 8 o'clock, like clockwork. It's cool, man. I'm a supporter. Like I feel like it'd be a lot of people that don't that have platforms and they don't look out for everybody. I spread the love. It's enough for everybody, you know. So I spread the love. I just ask people, you know, hit the like button, show the same, help somebody else out, pay it forward. I remember when I first was trying to get 1,000 subs. I used to be at work everywhere, tell people, pull out your phone, sub. I had them, and then I had made a short, and that shit skyrocket. I wound up deleting that joint, but I had to sub. That joint had over 120 million views by itself. Like a 10-second sub short. I put it back on. That shit ain't do nowhere near the numbers it did the first time. You wish I was your brother. I'm probably old enough to be your father. I'm an old head. I'm an old man. 4:30. I was gonna say I stay up to 5. I can't do it. I'm gonna jump in the shower and snooze, cause I'm falling asleep right here in the chair. About to go behind me is a couch behind me. I'm about to jump on that joint. I swear I set this daggone AC to cut off. I'm about to turn it down. We had this heat wave. I felt like my AC wasn't even working because it wouldn't get under 75 degrees. Now it's on what you call it. It's freezing in here. That's how I was drinking them. Drinking them teas, getting drunk. Today, I got a big day ahead of me. I gotta cut the grass. That's gonna take me about 3 hours, 2-3 hours. Let me see what the weather's looking like for that. Oh yeah, damn, 92 degrees. Fuck. I should have been took. It's gonna be 80 degrees at 8 o'clock. Man, I'm gonna wake up. I don't know what time I'm gonna have to thug it out. Be out there for that joint piece by piece. I think I could do the front yard. And then let it chill and then hit the backyard when the sun start to go down. That's why I ordered that damn joint for my truck so I could put that tow hitch on it because I need to buy a lawnmower. And a lot of spots I'll be finding they don't want to do delivery. So I do got a lawnmower though that I broke. I need to just take it to the mechanic. You welcome, Cheyenne. Yeah, I'm about to call it a wrap. Take my tail to sleep. I'll be back on later on today. I was talking to Soul Sound. He want to do some content. And there's some things I want to test out. So, yeah, until later on today, appreciate everybody who came out. Go subscribe to Cheyenne Sings. Go subscribe to Soul Sounds. Go subscribe to Mel Media, No Glory, True Stories. Sign up to Sports General. And I don't know where Kia Nails went, man. I ain't see her in a minute and shit. But she's still out there. Go holla at her too. Sub to her channel. If you're in the Atlanta area, go get your nails done at her shop. And till mañana. Well, later on today, not mañana. Peace.